Okay. Good evening. Thank you all for being here tonight. And I want to welcome the people that are watching online as we live stream in addition to being in person. So we have a lot of people here tonight. It's going to be so interesting to see the whys. I'm always curious who's here and why. So, but welcome to our city council meeting. We have a tradition here in Nampa, and that is that we open in prayer. And I so appreciate Josh Austin with Eagle Christian Church West Valley, EEC West. Is that how do you?
EEC West, but no one knows what that means. So I always say Eagle Christian Church West Valley Campus.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here to open us in prayer.
Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, well, let's bow our heads and open with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, God, let me first start by thanking you. God, thanks for our health, friends, and family. God, thanks for our community and the opportunity and ability we all have to be of service to our community. God, as I was reminded on my drive over here as I hit traffic, that our community is growing and lots of people move into the area, and that's good. And with new growth come new opportunities, but also new challenges. And so, Father, for that reason, I just want to pray for Mayor Kling, for our city officials, and Lord, for this council. God, that you would grant them wisdom to govern with a true sense of the needs of this community. God, that you would give them the ability to work together to accomplish much. And Lord, for them personally, God, that your peace would rest on them and their families. Lord, that they would find true joy and fulfillment as they serve our community. God, for this agenda tonight, God, please give this council an assurance of what would be pleasing to you, but also, Lord, what would be a benefit to this community. Lord, we love you and commit this meeting to you. And I pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks, Mayor.
Would you like to lead us in the pledge? I don't know if we asked you to do that, but
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Jangula?
Here.
Bauer? Yes. Haberfield?
Here.
And Levi?
Present.
So the next item on the agenda, are there any proposed amendments to the agenda? I'm not aware of any. Council, are you aware of any? I do want to make note, and it is clearly noted in our in the council agenda, that the original public hearing 6-2, which was for Wood Poppy subdivision, and then 6-3 Valenti subdivision, both of those public hearings will be continued to date certain of April 4. If there are no suggested amendments or changes, I'll stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as noted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes. Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haberfield?
Yes.
The next item on the agenda are proclamations, and we do have a proclamation this evening. And you know what? It's exciting. This is Career Technical Education Month, and we have some guests with us this evening. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then we'll have Clay Long, we'll have you come up in just a moment. So whereas Career and Technical Education prepares students for high-skill, in-demand careers while providing a talent pipeline for Idaho businesses who have reported increasing challenges in finding a skilled workforce. And whereas Career and Technical Education gives students expertise in practical and meaningful applications of skills such as reading, writing, and mathematics, thus improving the quality of their education, motivating students, and giving them leadership opportunities in their fields and in their communities. And whereas last year, 1,183 total certifications were earned by CTE students in the Nampa School District, and this year, 2,400 Nampa School District students are enrolled in the CTE pathway. And whereas last year, the College of Western Idaho had 764 CTE certificate and degree graduates. And whereas technical and career education offers individual lifelong opportunities to learn new skills which provide them with career choices. Whereas the month of February is established as Career and Technical Education Month and is supported by Idaho Career and Technical Education Foundation and the Association for Career and Technical Education. Now therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as Career and Technical Education Month and encourage all citizens to observe this month by becoming better acquainted with career and technical education institutions and by attending programs being held throughout Nampa. I appreciate the fact that Clay Long, who's the administrator for the state of Idaho, has joined us this evening. Clay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back in front of you. CTE Month is an opportunity for us to showcase and highlight the value that CTE provides to students. And Idaho is very blessed to have a very strong CTE support from the governor and the state legislature. This last year, just in secondary, serving over 115,000 students statewide. And we see the results in data for students that participate in those programs have a higher graduation rate, a higher go on to college rate, and are better prepared for the workforce. So thank you for taking time to acknowledge this important month and the work that goes on. There are two folks with me this evening, if I may introduce them and have them come up and bring a few remarks. Cindy Arnzen is the CTE Director for the Nampa School District, and Kelly is the Dean for CTE and the CTE Administrator with the College of Western Idaho.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you for all the time that you have supported CTE and to be a representative of Nampa City Council. And so if you have an opportunity, I would love for you to come in and see our facilities, both at Skyview, Columbia, and Nampa. And we have about 400 seniors in our capstone classes. And so we offer industry certifications and we try to do internships, and then we're also working on apprenticeships. So I appreciate, and I know I've met Sandy before. She actually is a technical advisory committee meeting for our early childhood and education program. So it's great to have all of you guys, and thank you.
Hello. From CWI, I want to say thank you for this acknowledgement of the importance of CTE Month. We have 44 different career and technical education programs in the College of Western Idaho. We have 1,075 students currently enrolled. And our goal for those students is that we are helping them improve their lives, improving their economic status, and therefore impacting the economics of our entire Treasure Valley. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for the work that you do, and you can come back up. And Clay, thank you for your leadership at the state level, but also thank you for prior to that when you actually were part of the Nampa School District. It's such a phenomenal program. CWI's programs are outstanding. Like you said, we're truly blessed to have the programs that we have here today. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you guys.
Did you, and I think you gave everybody a book?
I did.
Is that right? So
I did put a copy, well, actually, Amy did it for us, so thanks, Amy. Our annual report, we just published it in January, so it has the highlights from the 2021 school year, and I'd encourage you to take an opportunity to go through it.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for what you guys do. I appreciate it. The next item on the agenda are Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Just a quick comment. Comments related to planning and zoning and land use matters may only be made during the noticed public hearings. But if there's a different topic that someone is here to testify, this is an opportunity to share for 3 minutes on an agenda or non-agenda item. So we'll start with those that are signed up, and then if someone had intended to sign up, they're welcome to speak.
I have no one signed up.
Okay, so we don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone that had intended to and would like to speak on a matter? Yeah.
We were told that we cannot speak during this meeting
Is it on a land use issue?
on the
Reconsideration, correct. We cannot address that particular item, but other agenda items we can. Sorry about that. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening? Yes. David Peterson, as you know the ropes, come on forward and share your name and your address and what you'd like to talk to us about.
I'm assuming this is a good time to
talk about the rate increase for irrigation?
I think you can if you don't want to stay through the public hearing. You'll get to during the public
I
hearing.
would prefer to wait for the public hearing.
Public hearing than it is. Okay. Is there anyone else that has anything they'd like to speak to this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is agency and commission reports, and we do not have any. And we do have a staff communications from Doug Racine, who is, there you are. Good evening, Doug. It's always fun to talk about great news.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mayor and council. Pardon me. For the, maybe it seems unreal, but for the 41st consecutive year, the city of Nampa has received the GFOAs, that's the Government Finance Officers Association, their award of excellence for our annual comprehensive financial report. I have to think, we used to call it CAFR, now it's ACFR, and I have to reword it in my mind. But this takes a village, so to speak, or a city to put this together. This is led primarily by Michelle Camper, our controller, but it takes everybody in the city, from the accounts payable clerk who codes things correctly, to the managers who approve, to the department heads and directors who follow the various financial policies we develop. It takes all of those together to put this together. And every year, the GFOA makes it a little more interesting. They add a new requirement, so we're constantly updating our processes. And we've received this in the accounting side. Our next goal is to shoot for this on the budget side. That's a coming accomplishment. Anyway, questions? All right.
Thank you for the great work, Doug. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So at this time, we're going to move to new business. And the first item on the agenda is item 5.1. This is an action item. This is a request for reconsideration of annexation and zoning to RS6 zoning district and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Salazar Point subdivision at 11496 Lake Lowell for Monica Salazar. But this is a separate request for annexation. And at this time, I would like to defer to our legal counsel to explain what we're doing tonight and how we proceed.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, so you've got a very short, clear process in city code that addresses how these types of applications get handled. This particular one was following a January 19th findings of fact and conditions that were presented to the applicant. It's a timely request for reconsideration. Your city code 10-2-10 outlines the short process. One of the elements of your code states that the city council receives a written request for reconsideration. There is no testimony that's permitted by code. There's no additional information afforded to you other than what's put forth in the writing. And your decision whether to accept or deny a request for consideration is based on that. And in preparation for today's hearing, city staff has reviewed the findings from January 19th along with the record to determine whether or not those findings are accurate and complete in relation to the motion and decision made by the council. City staff has determined that they are complete and accurate. So the decision before you today, without any testimony and based just on that written request, which is at page 105 in the packet, is whether or not you essentially would be changing the decision, wanting to do something different, which would necessitate a new public hearing, which would be done at the applicant's request. That too is all set forth in that city code provision. So that's the decision before the council right now.
What is the will of the council this evening?
Mayor, are we able to ask questions at all on this as far as from a council standpoint, not to anyone in the audience, but as far as just to clarify what this is actually trying to get, deep dive, what's
Directed
about.
to legal?
That's fine. I mean, my understanding is that this is more directed to open space. And they're, 15%, we have agreed to 8 to 15%, but there may be some open space as far as smaller lots and so on to get to that 15%. So are we able to discuss that at all, or does that need to wait if we decide to have another public hearing?
Madam Mayor, that would be at another public hearing. If there's going to be any substantive discussion. Really, the only information that can be obtained at this stage of the game, because that whole public process is complete, it's really designed to avoid getting into the weeds unless you're just going to have a whole new public hearing. And the example and purpose behind that is if there's any type of substantive change that might come from this, if it's not done at a public hearing, other members who participated at the prior hearing don't have an opportunity to participate in that. So there's reason why it's a very narrow avenue for relief. So really what we do is confirming with staff that the decision, whatever it was, in the findings matches the decision that the council made. That's appropriate. And that's what we've indicated did occur. So anything substantive to change would necessitate a new public hearing, if that's the council's choice.
So, Mayor, if I may, so for legal, for any questions to JUB or the developer or whatever, that would need to happen at a public hearing, is what I'm hearing, right? Thank you.
Eric Lane, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to reconsider the motion at hand and extension in zoning.
And then I'll second that.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So I have a question for staff, if they can we address the staff? We can.
No.
Because there appears, just in what we heard, their interpretation of what the intent of the motion was satisfied. Here, what I'm seeing in this letter is that they're not reading what the intent of the motion was. So if that's what we're hoping to do, is get further clarification on the intent of the motion, my question then to legal would be, do we have to go back through a full public hearing process to be able to do that?
The code really limits you in what happens if a request for reconsideration is granted. And it states if one's granted, a new public hearing is scheduled, and the requester for the reconsideration has to pay the fee within 10 days for that new public hearing.
My concern is, we went through a full public hearing process, allowed testimony. The applicant, in good faith, offered what they thought was correct and true, and we made a motion to allow it to move forward based upon that, what we received. Clarification was given to staff. It sounds like staff heard what we said, but the public did not maybe understand the full intent of what the motion was. So I guess, is that enough to drive them back to a public hearing process, is the question for council.
Oh, Mayor, if I may answer, Council Haverfield, just from a personal standpoint? I wish we didn't have to go through this full process again, but I think there is some clarification needed in this one area.
Well, that's what I want to make sure, is that
That's my own personal
that's the
opinion.
clarity of thought. Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you. Just for legal, for clarification purposes. So according to what I'm reading for the reconsideration is they just need clarification on condition 1. So at a public hearing, we would only be discussing the clarification on condition 1 and not changing the decision on the motion that was made in general. It would just be dealing with condition 1.
So that would be up for, Madam Mayor, that would be up for the council to determine at that new public hearing. So it would open the door for whatever else council might do. Nothing about this process prevents any individual, the applicant in this case, from communicating with city staff and discuss, at any particular time what the conditions are, and talk through with city staff what they are, how they're applied, what happens next, and so forth. That communication, if that's what it is, doesn't necessitate a reconsideration necessarily, but it necessitates a conversation.
Thank you. So Mayor, if I might, my question then would be regarding the motion. Is the motion to allow this to open up totally, or are we just targeting what the very reconsideration with that condition 1 is for the public hearing?
Just for clarification, I believe that is part of the issue we'll be addressing at a future public hearing, Councilman Levi. This is for reconsideration of the annexation zoning circumstances, so, yeah.
So it would not, my understanding from your motion is it is not limited to condition number 1. This is a reconsideration for the decision to annexation and rezone.
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion or questions? Okay, roll call.
Jangula,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi,
No.
Werner,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
There you go. So the request for reconsideration has been granted by City Council, and staff will work with all parties involved regarding the publishing of the public hearing and when that date will be scheduled. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes,
just to that point, while parties are present, that subparagraph D does say the requesting party must pay the fee for the new public hearing within 10 calendar days of today's date. If payment's not made within that time frame, then the request for reconsideration is deemed rescinded. So just so it's crystal clear that, okay.
right. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 5.2. This is an action item, and this is to authorize the City of Nampa Public Works Department and City Legal Counsel to prepare an agreement for Class A biosolids management with Timber Creek Recycling. Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I want to present an agreement to, well, I don't have an agreement yet, but we'd like to get into an agreement with this particular company, Timber Creek Recycling, for our biosolids. And let me just go through a little bit of the bullet points here. And we do have Mr. Mike Morgado with us today. And he's offered to come up and, if it's okay, Mayor, to say a few things. There's some additional information that we just talked about on the phone that he wants to announce.
To share? Thank you.
Yeah, yep. So we've negotiated this price with Timber Creek. You know, we went back and forth a few times, and also Mr. Osborne was with us during this time frame as well, and Councilor Bruner, and we kind of looked through it together. The price, what was important to us is that the price maintained at a flat rate for an agreed duration of time, because we are seeing increases in the landfills each year, and we have two different sources, Pickles Butte and another one over by Simcoe, and each year those costs keep going up. So if Timber Creek agrees to a flat rate, which they have over a certain duration, will come out ahead in the long run in this agreement. So this is also, you know, this allows us not to have to bring in another FTE to haul biosolids. This is a much shorter haul distance than going to Pickles Butte. Their facility is located there. If you recall, you approved this development at one of your meetings, and it's at the corner just north of the sugar beet factory on north side. So it's very close to the plant, with our plant being right there near north side. So we think it's a good proposal, and we'd like your concurrence to continue the negotiations and bring back a contract. You know, like I said, we do recoup our costs over time, and also it's hard to put a value on recycling and putting this product to a beneficial use besides just going to a landfill. They're able to treat this to a Class A standard, which is the next step above what we do. We're a B, and that allows them to market it and put it to a beneficial use. So we're going to have Mike come on up, if you don't mind.
Good evening, Mike.
Do I need to state my name for the record?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mike McGurdio, CEO of Timber Creek Recycling, and I'm here to talk about biosolids with him. So one of the things I wanted to add to the contract that we talked about here just recently, I talked to your arborist today, and we've been talking over the years about, you know, his use of a material he makes to amend you guys' soil around the cemeteries and parks. And one thing I thought was really important is to, you know, be full circle. So I wanted to donate 500 yards to you guys every year for the parks and cemeteries, because that's exactly what he uses right now. So we wanted to add that to this program. So, and I also wanted to just fill in too, a part of this, we want to do a flat rate with annual CPI adjusted to it. So, but I stand for questions for the material of how it's going to be used and how we will safely process it.
I don't see any questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think the action before us is to authorize the City of Nampa Public Works Department and City Legal to prepare an agreement for Class A biosolids management with Timber Creek Recycling. And Tom, just to clarify, is it at the fee that is on the your staff report?
Yes, correct, Mayor.
As stated on
Yep.
this document?
Yep.
Okay,
Mayor Klein.
great, yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Tom, so presently, we send it to Pickle Butte. What's the yearly price that we pay? And then what will be the yearly price that we'll be paying Timber Creek Recycling?
So, so let's take 22, for example. That's actually on Exhibit B.
It's page
in your
111 if it's
packet.
the, yeah.
So take 2022, for example. To go to the landfills, we're paying roughly $207,000 a year. Like I said in the beginning, it'll cost us a little bit more. So to go to Timber Creek, it would be $221,000. But you can see as the escalations keep going up at the landfill, we put a modest escalation on that. So year 26, we had landfill cost of $283,000 versus Timber Creek at $269,000. So over time, those two costs merge in city's favor.
Okay, also, follow-up, Mayor. Also, so with the transportation part, are we going to be still doing that, or will Timber Creek? Will they?
Councilor Rodriguez, we'll take it to them, so we'll
see.
do the transport. It's just not as far.
Okay, now, how are we going to pay for this? From what funds are we going to remove from?
So we have money in the budget for to go to the landfill. So it's not paying the landfill, that will pay Timber Creek. And we also our budget is a little bit larger than what we anticipated because of the unknowns. So we've got the money in the budget to cover that.
Okay, so is this going to come from the sewer? Is this going to come from the bond? And the increases?
So, Councilor Rodriguez, this is not a bond expense. This is just our operation expense, which is covered by our rates.
Okay, so it'll be by revenue that we get from raises, right? Okay, so, and I understand that we'll be looking at an increase for sewer pretty soon, right? Or did we already
Correct,
do that?
Councilor Rodriguez. And that,
Looking over
Doug's
here.
smiling, he can maybe
The
help me
finance
out
guy
too.
here.
But so, yeah, they agreed upon 16.75% sewer increases are going to fund the construction at the plant and also allow us to maintain it and operate it towards the end. So that, yes, those are our costs that are coming.
Okay, so what is our, Timber Creek stands to gain good business with us, with City of Nampa. What do we stand to gain for our investment?
So what we get out of it is shorter haul distance. We also get, since we're getting a flat fee, we're removing some risk. Also, there are some restrictions on the landfill on the number of loads that we can take to them, so that's operationally somewhat difficult for us. And when I say that, the number of loads per day. And so, those restrictions are in the landfill because, they can't come all at once and then put it down. It causes some instability issues in the landfill. So logistically, it's also a good deal for the city of Nampa. Remove some risk and remove some logistics.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Mayor, if I may, just clarification, this is for you, Tom, because I'm not sure I'm totally correct, but it's my understanding there has been a history with Pickle Butte where they were not even accepting any biosolids. So, I mean, currently, the current director and so on is willing to do that, but that doesn't mean there couldn't be a change down the line. Is that?
Right, that's correct, Counselor. There's some unknowns there, so this
And
gives
so
us
we've been
unknowns.
delivering also then towards Mountain Home too. So it's going further than just Pickle Butte at at times.
That's correct.
Because of their limitation that they will, they allow for receiving it. Okay.
Those are correct statements, Councilor Brunner.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor, I'll make the motion if no other questions. Authorize the City of Nampa Public Works Department and the City Legal Counsel to prepare an agreement for a Class A biosolids management with Timber Creek Recycling.
Second.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Due to an ongoing relationship that I have with Timber Creek, I will be recusing myself from the vote.
Okay. Thank you for making that known. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner.
Yes.
There you go. I just want to say, I am so happy that you guys chose to be in Nampa. And Council, you probably do remember that we approved the annexation and zone for this business. It's wonderful to support a local business and to see the entrepreneurship. I'm thrilled that we get to work with you and that you chose property next to the rail and you're going to use the rail. That's really exciting because that's our goal with this industrial development, is that we have companies that are growing that will actually use the rail. And so, which is obviously where you're going, so that's an excellent thing. So there you go.
Mayor, if I
Thank
may,
you. Yes.
one other comment. We do have the Republic representatives here, and they've been a big part of this too all along. So, and they have a great relationship with us, and appreciate Rochelle and all your work there.
And Ben, and I don't know, go ahead and share your names that are here. Next to Rochelle, we've got awesome, Bob. Good to see you. I met you. It's like, okay, from here, I'm so sorry. Mike and wonderful. Thank you for joining us this evening. Good to see you all. Okay. And you guys are welcome to not stay. Totally get that. Yeah.
Normally we
Yeah.
charge, but.
Take care, guys. Okay, item 5.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the construction of the Nampa Dog Park 2 project to, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, La Riverie? Okay, I'll let you tell me who that is, in the amount of $2,180,179.25. And this is funded by park impact fees and approved in the FY22 budget. Darren, thank you for telling me how to say that.
Well, I think it's La Riviere, I think.
Oh, thank you.
But
I should,
might
yeah.
not be saying it any better than you are, Mayor, but I think that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, this is the dog park project. We've been working on it for about a year and a half now. Over the last year, we've brought a master plan for Nampa Council to approve. We've got community feedback on that master plan, met with a lot of stakeholders, met with the neighborhood, and just got a lot of positive response. And so we did get, it did go out to bid, and we did get four bids, and came within what our budget was. Our engineer estimate was 2.3. It came in just under 2.2. So I guess at this point, unless you have any questions, our request is that City Council approve the construction and with the project with La Riviere Inc. for the amount of $2,180,179.25. This is paid through and funded through park impact fees. I should mention too is that we will be getting a restroom, a CXT restroom. That's not part of this contract. We can just do it a little bit cheaper if we supply it ourselves through the manufacturer. So it's not part of this, but we'll be bringing, it'll be an added cost of about $80,000. So.
Mayor, just make the motion that we approve the action item as stated by Darren.
Thank you.
He stated it, so.
Yes, he did. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner.
Yes.
And item 5.4 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement for construction management for the Nampa Dog Park Project 2 with TO Engineering for the amount not to exceed $129,216. And this is also funded with the park impact fees and budgeted in FY22.
Correct.
Question, Mayor.
Yes.
So why did we just approve $2.2 million and now we've got to approve $129,000 for someone to manage it?
Yeah. So,
Construction manager. What,
Yeah,
is
so-
that not included?
no, so the 2.2, that is for the contractor, that is for the bid. So the construction management is for the engineering company to make sure all the slopes are correct, to make sure that the concrete meets specs, make sure it's all ADA, and so they manage that project for us. And so it came in right around between 5 and 6% of the project. That's something that we generally see in parks, so it seems to be right in line. It is time and material, not to exceed, and so if they don't use all those hours that they've anticipated, that'll go back into our fund balance.
Mayor.
Yes.
So Darren, TO Engineering, did they provide the initial design for the dog park?
Yeah, so we had we put out an RFP for design and construction management. And so it was their group, Jensen Belts and TO are part of that group. And so they're the ones that were selected to manage the project. So during that time, our selection committee chose Jensen Belts along with TO as the contractor. Okay. And so, yeah, they were selected as part of that project.
I believe maybe it was Midway. They kind of blend together. I was involved with that process.
Yeah, I think Rick Hogebaum was on our selection panel. We had some dog park committee members on the or on that panel, and myself and Cody, but I can't remember exactly who was on that.
So
the
this
design
isn't
panel.
construction management. This is just oversight and administration of the project being done by, however you say their name.
That's correct, yeah.
So the RFP that you put out, or I guess it was an RFQ, or was it an RFP?
Well, it would have been an RFQ. It was based on qualifications.
Okay, and they didn't include construction administration services as a part of that?
Yes, we did. And so they did it included the master plan. And at that time of the master plan and the design of the construction documents, we didn't add the construction management into the original. And so it's not a duplication of services.
So the original bid or fee that you paid them did not include construction administration?
That's correct.
Okay, and are we just parsing words by saying administration versus management? Because TO Engineers is an engineer, they're not a contractor per se, so they're not going to be responsible for the construction itself. It's just oversight. They're being your representative out in the field.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not paying twice for services.
No, that wasn't included
Okay,
in their construction document fees.
okay, thank you.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that clarification. That's good. Okay, what is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, with that clarification, I'll go ahead and make the motion to allow, I guess it's just to allow our Parks and Recreation Department to enter into contract with TO Engineering in the amount of $129,216 for construction administration services.
Is there a second?
I'll second with a question, Mayor.
Okay.
So I'm just clarification, Darren, maybe I'm just a little slow. So this group, you said, as far as runoff, land, and so on, the engineering group I'm talking about. So they're not actually going to tell La Riviera how to, they're not going to be checking on their actually construction work, are they?
They do, yes, they do check on the construction work to make sure that they're following the easement.
The land and the drainage and all that, it's not,
Yeah.
is that included in that then?
It's included, yes. They check specifications, They check the concrete, makeup of the concrete, the soil mixture, testing of the soil mixture. And so they do, yeah, so they,
I guess what I'm not understanding is if it's a construction part of it, and I realize with the dog part, we're not talking about a lot of buildings, we're talking about a restroom. So who, for the Midway Park, who was the construction management for that park?
it was also TO.
Okay, and so it was the same type of arrangement as what we're seeing here.
Yes, we've done this same type of arrangement with Brant Park, Midway Park, all phases of Midway Park, and the dog park, so.
And these two entities, TO and La Riviera, as far as you know, they're all good and they work well together and are going to work well together?
Yeah, so we haven't done work ourselves with this, but they were low bid. They've done some vetting of this particular company, and they met all requirements, and so we expect it to go very well.
And the good news is TO Engineers is there to represent the city to ensure that this construction is done right? Because we don't have the staff to be out there managing the construction. But it's important that someone is providing the oversight on behalf of the city. So that is their role.
And that makes me feel better about that TO also was involved with the.
Yeah, Parks doesn't have a construction manager, and so it's a real skill. People go to college to be a construction manager, to check slope for ADA and all those type of things, and it's just not we just don't have it on our staff with somebody with those qualifications.
The dogs will appreciate it. So.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Has this one been moved and seconded, I believe? Okay, and we're in the discussion phase. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
I guess, yes.
Changula?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Item 5.5 is an action item. This is the first reading of street naming ordinance, Exhibit B, for South 3 Ranch Lane.
The reading, an ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, naming a private street South 3 Ranch Lane.
So moved. Is that under suspension of rules as well?
Yes.
Okay, under suspension of rules as well.
And was there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve this ordinance, and it is requested under suspension of rules. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Changula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item. This is to authorize the engineering staff to proceed with negotiations for the right-of-way acquisition required to construct the Midland Boulevard and Iowa Avenue intersection project up to the estimated amount of $490,000. This is approved in the FY22 budget.
So move.
Second.
I was just going to say, I hope Haverfield seconds it.
It's not for a roundabout.
Little story about roundabouts, that's okay.
Yeah. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Changula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item, and this is for the council to authorize the engineering division to proceed with the formal bid process for the Midland Boulevard and Lake Lowell Avenue intersection. And this was approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Mayor. If it
Yes.
is- Jeff, are you the man or is Daniel the man? Okay. So just, I get asked, I'm exaggerating when I say daily, but I get asked at least weekly, when? So if we approve this and so on, when do we actually see this is going to start happening? And what would be the projected date for actually we see signals on Lake Lowell and Midland?
So we have already ordered the signal equipment and are in the lead time waiting for that to be delivered to the street department. The legal has been working with the last parcel for the right-of-way. We have an agreement on the costs, from my understanding, waiting for some final documentation. Once we have that, we will go out to bid with the project.
So realistically, and not idealistically.
Realistically, we could be under construction this summer.
And completed then prior to winter?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Rodriguez.
Yes.
Item 5.8 is an action item. This is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a contract with Challenger Companies to construct the Western Regional Lift Station Upgrades Project in the amount of $323,500.
So move.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Angula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner.
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with SPF Water Engineering for the 22 Water Right Master Plan in the amount of $62,450. This is time and materials not to exceed, and it's approved in the FY22 budget and been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and move. We've got about 15 minutes. If it's okay with council, let's go ahead and move to unfinished business, section 7 on the agenda. Okay, we're moving to item 7.1. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance correcting ordinance number 4619, annexation and zoning for multiple portions of road right-of-way to include the following. I have a question. Are you going to read all these? So I don't need to repeat them? Joe, do I need to read all these that Nate's going to read? Thank you. Okay. So I'll let you just read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to correct and replace ordinance 4619 as said ordinance contained an error in a legal description which is corrected in this ordinance, determining that certain lands consisting of 8 herein described portions of real property and road right-of-way contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, commonly described with the corresponding zoning as follows. A section of Midway Road beginning at the intersection of Midway Road and Orchard Avenue zoned RA. A section of Cherry Lane beginning east of North Midland Boulevard and Cherry Lane intersection zoned BC. A section of Northside Boulevard across from 16658 Northside Boulevard zoned IL. A section of Cherry Lane running east from Madison Road and Cherry Lane intersection zoned IL. A section of Madison Road running south of East Connet Street zoned RS7. A section of Star Road from the Ustick Road and Star Road intersection going south zoned RS 8.5. A section of North Kings Road and East Victory Road from the northeast side of the intersection of Kings Road and Victory Road traveling north along North Kings Road and traveling east along Victory Road zoned RS 6. Property necessary for the recently constructed Happy Valley Road and Victory Road roundabout, including parcels R305120000, R360740000, R366800000, R306680110, R247030000, and the right-of-way fronting these parcels, and all Happy Valley Road right-of-way from the South Happy Valley Road and Victory Road intersection, south to the northern border of Mason Creek, zoned IL, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa, declaring said lands by proper legal description and described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruder?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 7.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for a development agreement modification to modify the concept plan and conditions of approval for ordinance number 3631. This is for vertical equity, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, approving the modified development agreement with Greenhurst Apartments LLC, an Idaho Limited Liability Company, modifying the development agreement contained in Nampa City Ordinances 3631 and 3580 to change the use from commercial buildings and associated parking to 3 multiple family buildings, and to modify and update the concept plan and conditions to reflect the changes in use, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 7.3 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RA and a potential development agreement at 11255 Greenhurst Road and 11968 Meredith Court for David and Ann Martin. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Sorry about that.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 11255 Greenhurst Road, Nampa, Idaho, and 11968 Meredith Court, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 4.16 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RA, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RA on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, subject to the terms of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, parts thereof, in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance, a map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Make a motion to pass this under suspension of rules.
Thank you.
Make a second, but I have a question.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. And
Yeah.
then- Okay.
To Nate, as far as what the ordinance you read, and in our packet, there wasn't a copy of that ordinance that you read that I could find. Is there something, I'm looking at page 463 in the packet.
I think this one got missed, and I think I sent it out in the second version.
Okay, so I'm not looking at the correct version then of our agenda.
If it was the one from Thursday night, it was updated on Friday.
Thought I had it open, so. If it's in there, that's fine.
It was, yes.
Okay. And I think I seconded the motion, didn't I?
It is in there, though. Yeah.
Is it version 2?
Yes.
That's what I had open.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded to pass under suspension of rules. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Yes.
That concludes the business section of our meeting. The next item that we have left are public hearings. They start in 5 minutes, so I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back in 5 minutes to start public hearings. Yeah. So are we missing some council members? Okay, and Sandy, she's right there. So I think we are ready to get started with our public hearings this evening. And our first public hearing this evening I'll wait just a second. Okay, so our first public hearing this evening is for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5, single-family residential, 8,500 square feet, zoning district, and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Terrace Falls subdivision at 0 East Locust Lane. This is for Cleve and Merville, Cushing Trust representing the Cushing Family Trust, you'd think I could say it. The original concept has 97 single-family lots and 21 common lots for a 2.12 gross density and a 3.58 net density, and is our applicant here this evening. Good evening. Go ahead and come forward and state your name and address.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is David Bailey. I'm with Bailey Engineering. My office address is 1119 East State Street in Eagle, representing Cleve Cushing on the Terrace Falls subdivision. As you stated, it's 97 buildable lots on about 45.82 acres. On the north side of Locust Lane, location, just to get it in your head, it's north and east of the Harvest Creek subdivision that you recently approved. That's on the southeast corner of Locust Lane and I'm going to draw a blank.
Happy Valley.
Yes, just to the southwest here. This project actually started some time ago, and you've actually seen some information on this in the past, is that Mr. Cushing had brought this into the city to talk to about extending sewer and water facilities to the property at some time, and he's been talking to the city and the staff and working on compatibility for some period of time, and had worked out those things, and the city had entered into an agreement with the Cushings for that he was going to propose the subdivision to the county, that the city would provide sewer and water service and pressure irrigation service, I believe, to the property for development, and then he would agree to annex into the city as soon as an annexation path became available. So as we were working on that and working on a layout for this, he had proposed to the city he wanted to do a really nice project and keep that at 12,000 square foot lots minimum on the project, and do some nice open space and work with the topography that was on the property to make it a really nice development. So as he went through that process and we were looking at it, the Harvest Fall property created an annexation path. We talked to the city staff and it made a lot of sense for us to just bring it straight to the city. You don't end up with services and lots that are outside of the city limits. But with that, we talked about doing an RS 8.5 zone, which is what we're requesting for the property upon annexation. We talked about whether that would be increased density. For the first thing, the sewer wasn't available to do that. But in addition, Mr. Cushing said, I still want this project that I originally proposed, these 12,000 square foot lots, the layout, the curvilinear look. The canal provides an incredible buffer of this property from the remaining properties around here. We've provided for significant open space. This was brought in before your new code, but we're in excess of the code, the new code requirements for open space on the project. We have on this a pathway that goes entirely around the entire perimeter of the project in a separate common lot that's available to all the homeowners in this. And then the ditch that runs through the center, a canal that runs through the center has significant open space along that, and a pathway along that as well. In this case, Nampa Meridian has come back and said, we want you to tile that ditch. So it's an elevated ditch, and they don't want the trash in it nor the hazard. And so we're gonna have to comply with that. What that does for us is increases our open space in here. So we don't have the open waterway, but we do have more open space, and we'll still build the pathway along there, and we haven't changed the configuration of the lots to that as well. worked with your Public Works Department, so we have water and sewer available here through extensions that are coming down to the property. And actually, those are in the works for approvals being proposed and worked on by Hayden Homes also on the south and coordinated with the developer on this project. So those should get moving forward. I think that's about all I have to say. I think we have a really great project. Of course, we were approved by Planning and Zoning Commission for the preliminary plat on the project, and we're requesting your approval of the annexation and zoning this evening. I'd be glad to stand for any questions you have.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Just 2 questions. And I'm sorry, what's your last name again?
Bailey.
I was going to say, I thought the company was Bailey, so okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Good presentation. So what you're saying is you see we apply with our common open space code, so this 12.76 has been enlarged because of the 12.76 is what's in our packet, is what the open space would be. You're over 15% now?
Yes, Councilman Brewer, I believe we are. I haven't recalculated the numbers on that, and I talked to, I'm gonna have to get the numbers for your planner because he actually did some calculations on this. He told me just a minute ago that he thought we were at 18%.
Okay, so that, I just didn't see that in the packet, but you verbalized that, so that's what I want to clarify. The second question is, and I see where Doug recommended this, and I guess I'm not quite understanding. You originally were asking for a RS-12 zoning when you were going to go with the county, and now it's 8.5. I guess I'm a little concerned why we are making going from a 12, thank you, 12 to an 8.5.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Brunner, we actually would have liked to gone with the RS-12, but your comprehensive plan doesn't allow that zone in the comprehensive plan designation.
Well, I think we need to talk because here, agricultural area, I'm not quite understanding why we're making this more dense out there. So we can talk when our staff is up here. But I appreciate that comment that you would like to go with the 12.
We'd go with whatever zone you want to designate for it that meets that. But he had told us that we didn't want to increase the number of lots. And we haven't increased the number of lots. We do meet all the RS-12 zone requirements on this.
You currently are meeting that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
To address Councilman Bruner's thoughts, basically what I'm reading here is that you're looking for 118 lots with an average, with a minimum of 12,000 square foot per lot, correct?
Councilman Haverfield, it's actually 97 buildable lots. The 118 includes all the common lots.
Okay.
That are throughout the project.
So
as well.
97 buildable lots, all at 12,000 square feet minimum.
Minimum.
With an average of 13,360 square feet. And the largest lot is almost 20,000 square feet.
Correct.
So even though you're looking for an RS 8.5 designation, there'll be a development agreement that'll limit the number of lots. And the description of 12,000 minimum would be in that development agreement. Is that correct?
To build the subdivision that we proposed, yeah, with those lots.
So that's to your point then.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the clarification, Councilor Haverfield. So what is it still, just because it's medium density, that's the only, and I can talk to Doug on this, but that's the only reason. I'm still not understanding why we just wouldn't make it a 12. If everything's going to be over 12,000.
Staff can speak to the language of the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Bailey.
very
And
much.
as you know, we will have you back after the public hearing to answer any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doug?
Mayor and City Council, Doug Critchfield, Nampa Planning. I'll go in to answer a couple of the questions that have been asked here this evening. Just a little bit of a history, as Mr. Bailey had indicated, they have been through a process in working with Harvest Creek to get the services in this area, and that happened in the middle of last year, May and June. The P&Z hearing came in December, and that was tabled until January. There was a question that came up by the Planning and Zoning Commission about the Right to Farm Act, and they sought clarity from the city attorney's office. And so that was tabled until January 11th, and we provided that feedback.
Essentially, the question was, how does this impact, or how will this development impact the surrounding farming in the operations there? There was some concern expressed by the neighboring property owner about that. And the city attorney came back and told us that the city does not give legal advice to private parties, and that if the farming operations follow regulatory law, that the farmer has the right to farm based on Idaho's Right to Farm Act. Excuse me. So in terms of the jurisdiction, it's in Canyon County. It's surrounded by Canyon County property. It is in a medium-density residential land use setting and is surrounded by medium-density residential. Off to the east, and you can kind of see it on this map on the lower left here, and I'll pull out to a bigger map. There is some low-density residential on to the east of this. The density calculations for each of these land use settings, albeit medium density or low density, has a range of gross densities that are allowed in each of these land use settings. In the medium density residential, the range is anywhere from 8 dwelling units to 2.5 dwelling units per acre gross. And that gross calculation is a variable based on how much property they have dedicated to roads and open space and easements and things of that nature. When we took a closer look at this development, the density is about 2.5 dwelling units per acre. We had to take out the canals that run through the property and around the perimeter of the property, and any required open space out of that calculation, which brings the gross density to 2.5 dwelling units per acre, which puts it in the medium density range. Even though the lot sizes are larger, the amount of space that's not dedicated to construction or to buildable lots reduced that amount of property that was buildable, and so the density is brought up to about 2.5 dwelling units per acre. So that's how we arrived at, instead of requiring the applicant to go through a comprehensive plan map amendment, we suggested that they maintain the medium density residential zone because the density met that.
Mayor, before Doug goes on, thank you,
Yep,
Doug.
you bet.
So so what I'm hearing from Councilman Haverfield, and I just want confirmation from you. So once the development agreement is in place, the minimum, there's no lot that would be less than 12,000 square feet. Is that my understanding? And so in other words, a developer cannot change his mind and start building, putting more houses per acre than what that development agreement is, that stands.
Yes, Mayor and Council Member Bruner, that is correct. He would not be able to increase the density or increase the number of lots.
And just for my education's sake, let me know what the process is for changing a comprehensive plan that a developer would need to go through. What's that process?
Yes, the development modification agreement would be in order to be a public hearing, and that would go through both the Planning Commission and the City Council.
There'd be a whole nother set of process of meetings through PZ and us to get to that point.
Yes.
Okay. Well, as long as you if we decide to approve this, as long as we have confirmation and somebody is making sure that's accountable for those lot sizes. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Right.
Mayor Kling?
Thank you.
So the number of times a year that there are actually hearings to change the comp plan, is there a minimum number per year? No, elsewhere it's twice a year.
Generally, we have, if we have smaller subdivisions or projects that come through, we can do that any time of the year. But we tend to reserve larger changes to the comprehensive plan every 6 months.
And then to Councilman Bruner's point again, I saw in the conditions of approval, nothing that really spoke to the lot sizes, but the fact that there's a preliminary plat that we're looking at. Does the approval of this is also contingent on approval of the preliminary plat to basically put in place the lot sizes as defined?
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. That would be part of the motions that you would be making this evening.
So is it a concurrent motion with the development agreement? Preliminary plat approval?
The development agreement, I'd have to look at the conditions. I'm trying to recall, as we're talking, I'm trying to recall if there was a requirement for a development agreement in the conditions. If there isn't, I might
add that the council could add that as a condition, that we enter
That's the
into
one
a
thing I
development
didn't see
agreement.
there. That's why I thought that's probably why, is
Yeah.
because you have the preliminary plat as an exhibit to this approval process.
Yes. Okay. In terms of the surrounds, within a mile radius, there are several RS6, RS7, RS 8.5 subdivisions in the area. Harvest Creek is zoned RS6, and there is one county subdivision, Mountain View Acres, to the southeast. I pointed out here on the map the path to annexation from New York Landing. There were a couple of parcels that were annexed, and then Harvest Creek came in, and then this came in on the corner of Harvest Creek. The comprehensive land settings, here's a little bit bigger map, so you can see the low density is the yellow here, and then the orange is the medium density residential that this is being surrounded by. In terms of the ownership of the properties surrounding this parcel, I thought it would be helpful for the council to note that the Hendrickson family owns most of the parcels to the north, to the west and east of this property. And then there are some other landowners to the south and of various size parcels, largely ag land in this area. As the utilities were, Mr. Bailey talked about those, that the applicant will be bringing those to the property, and they will be extending a 12-inch pressure irrigation main and locust and a 12-inch water main. In terms of access and traffic, there was, per the engineering department, the size of this development did not warrant a traffic study to be completed. But there is discussion from the engineering department about an extraordinary impact fee that may be warranted for the project to pay for the intersection, Happy Valley and Locust Lane, and that would come from both this subdivision as well as the Harvest Creek subdivision. The project would contribute about 6.7% towards the total PM peak hour traffic at the intersection in 2027. And if there's any questions about traffic, I'd be happy to ask Daniel to come up and answer those questions. In terms of the annexation and zoning, the findings are in your packet. These are the standard findings for annexation and for zoning. And the standard language that give us the authority to subdivide the land through a preliminary plat requirement. In terms of the analysis of the plat, these have been stated by the applicant, so I won't go over those numbers, but I did want to talk about the open space and how we arrived at that number. So there are 6.19 acres of open space area on this parcel, but only 5 acres qualify as qualified open space per Nampa City Code, Chapter 27. The code further defines qualified open space as an area that has certain qualifications, and I've listed the code here for you if there's any specific questions about it. That it has to be at least 15% of the total net area of all buildable residential lots. In this subdivision, 27.07 acres is net buildable residential lot area. So 5.06 acres is about 18% of the 27 acres, and that's how we arrived at the qualified open space number of 18.6%. This is also a correction to page 5 of the staff report, which, as Councilmember Berner pointed out, was reported at 12.76. We weren't looking at the, when we saw that calculation, we weren't looking at the code as it's defined in the code based on the just the buildable lot size. We were looking at the total parcel. So that changed that number dramatically. In terms of the lot sizes, the average lot size is 13,360. And we talked about gross density. That also is a change to the staff report. We reported it in the staff report as 2.67,
But because of that change to the qualified open space, it was reduced to 2.52 dwelling units per acre. The RS5 zoning district, this is the definition that's found in the code of the purpose of that zoning district. The findings have found that this application is compliant with those findings, with that code. The landscaping, there was one comment from the city forester to replace the Betula nigra with an alternative species on the landscape plan set, which will be done during the final plat process. And then fencing will be a 5-foot wrought iron fence that's proposed around the perimeter of the development in between lots in the access pathways, and then a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence for the remainder. We had correspondence on this project. We received some opposed correspondence from the Hendrickson, Jim Hendrickson and Terry Hendrickson and Zachary Kuzinar, concerned about the development on row crop land that's adjacent to this property. There's seed operations in this area and the application of pesticides and herbicides on future residents and the impact that that might have, as well as trash, trespassing, and traffic and other concerns. In terms of supporting, David Bailey, who spoke this evening, Steve and Christy Hendrickson, who are adjacent property owners, and Cleve Cushing, the applicant, all indicated support of the project and that this would allow for some farmers to retire. In terms of the correspondence we received from the agencies, that was in your staff report. There's 2 points of correspondence I wanted to highlight here. One, the fire department access is a 9-minute response time. The nearest station is fire station number 2 at 3.9 miles away. And the nearest grocery store is greater than 4 miles. So those were salient points that we felt were important here. In terms of the staff analysis, again, this is an active agricultural area. We talked about the state law protections for surrounding farming, and we recommend that the applicant and the city enter into a development agreement that should include, but not be limited to, the legal descriptions, the plat, the conditions stated in the staff report, and any other conditions added by the council. And the conditions approval is stated in your staff report with any others that the council wishes to apply. And then there are 2 motions, giving you a paper copy of those. I apologize for the smaller print in there. The option 1 would be to approve or to approve the annexation and zoning and the plat, or to deny the same. And the second option would be to approve the annexation and zoning and then deny the preliminary plat if there are concerns about it. And that's my report, if you have any questions.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I'm a little confused, but not that bad. Option 1, to approve or deny the annexation, the development agreement, tying it to the preliminary plat, makes sense. Why are we being given an option 2, which would not include the preliminary plat and allow an RS 8.5 zoning, which could be even more dense? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's almost counterintuitive. So I don't see a reason to even consider that, because we want to make sure that if we're going to approve this, it's with the 12,000 square foot minimum lot size, which is tied to that preliminary plat. Correct?
Correct. That would be, that's correct. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I knew what I was talking about, and then I saw that second motion, and I didn't understand.
He's just giving us the option.
Yeah. Okay.
So Councilman Bruner.
Mayor, just a couple concerns. Number one, is there anyone to speak regarding the school district's concern, Columbia High School specifically?
I don't know if there are representatives here this evening. Columbia High School did express concern, and Mayor and Councilman Bruner, they are impacted. The schools are impacted in this area, and there's concerns that Columbia High School is so impacted that they'll be going to a 5A status, and so there was some concern from the district in that regard.
The second thing is traffic, and there's none of this at all that's Zone BC. And so they are traveling, these folks that are living out there are gonna have to travel quite a ways to get to their grocery stores, et cetera. And, you know, we always like, I think, I can't speak for every council person here, but I think, you know, infill is something we've been pretty positive about, and for that reason that we keep the traffic concentrated. So any any possibility of part of this land being Zone BC? I realize that's not before us tonight.
Mayor, Councilmember Brummer, that would have to be, I'd have to look to Rodney on that. Is that something the applicant would have to consider and then reapply, or?
I mean, convenience store, you know what I'm getting at, I think.
So the question is, do they have to go through a comp plan amendment?
Yeah.
In order to change the zone
To a BC.
to BC? Yes, they would. So I'm not sure what can you ask the question again?
Well, I think I made more of a statement than probably a question. I just had a concern that, you know, just as far as any type of groceries, gas, et cetera, these folks are having to travel.
Actually, I'm trying to think, is it 1 mile from Happy Valley to Southside?
And I don't know that area that well, so let me, yeah.
If it's 1 mile, then it's a maximum of, I think it's 1.5 miles. If this may be 1 mile from Locust Lane to Greenhurst. It's not quite a mile. I used to live out there. And then you've got a gas station straight up 1 mile on Happy Valley, and you have a gas station 1 mile from Greenhurst and Happy Valley at Southside. So the longest distance you've got, and there's also a small convenience store. There's banking, so it's not that far.
So Mayor, I guess I would appreciate, I mean, if I missed something, please just let me have it. But is that something that we can be included in these packets as far as, you know, what is available to them in future? Is this?
Well, in future, we could talk about that after this
Right.
meeting,
I'm
yes.
just
We
saying
can
that
certainly
I
have
think
that
these
discussion, yeah.
When we're not supposed to go out and look at these areas and so on, but those who live close to it, of course, like the mayor, which that's very beneficial, but that would be beneficial if we're not that familiar with some of those areas.
Certainly, Mayor and Councilmember Brummer.
Yeah,
We
two-
do,
Like she said, there's two
Good.
within a
Good,
mile.
that makes me feel.
It's not far. It's also, the roundabout at Happy Valley and Greenhurst. I mean, this is the access onto Happy Valley and to the freeway. You can either take Robinson and go that way or go straight out to the freeway. It's excellent access.
Mayor, if I might too, the comprehensive plan allows for every quarter section within the medium-density residential for a commercial development to occur on street corners. And in this case, Happy Valley and Locust Lane would be eligible for that type of development. So that might alleviate some of the concerns.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Early in your presentation, I thought I heard you say that this property was originally approved by the city for a certain number of dwelling units. Was there a legal instrument or a legal document created at that point to allow that many lots to be created there, as far as with our sewer treatment capacity?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Haberfield, there was an agreement in place that was approved by the council in May. There was I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the agreement. It was Outside City Services Agreement that was approved in May by the council for Harvest Creek. And out of that, 127 sewer connections were available.
127, they're
Yes.
asking for 97?
That's correct.
That's a good thing. Thank you.
126, I correct my statement, yeah.
They're not asking for 130. I mean, that's the main thing, is they're asking for less than what they were already given authorization for.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Doug at this time? Okay, thank you, Doug. As you know, we'll probably have you back for questions. So this is a public hearing, and we do have 2 people signed up. And Nate?
Kathy Henriksen?
Good evening. If you could state your name, again, Kathy Hendrickson, but your address, and then I forgot to say this, but we have 3 minutes, and thank you for being here tonight.
If I go over my 3 minutes, my husband will give me his, but it
Oh, okay.
should fit.
Great.
My name is Kathy Henriksen, 5705 East Greenhurst Road, Nampa, 83686. Do you want my phone number?
No. No, it's just what they need, so thank you.
Yes.
So go
It's
ahead.
go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to start with a thank you to the council for the difficult and thankless job you do. Next, I'd like to assure the owner of the neighboring property, while not a neighbor as in living in our neighborhood, he is a property owner that is seeking full value for his land, which is his right. We are here to be good neighbors to the existing neighborhood and to any communities to come. By federal EPA laws, restricted use pesticide laws, we are obligated to inform the city of Nampa about these products, federal law. We will need to post clearly when we will be applying, make sure that the citizens, their children, and their animals do not enter the fields, as there are re-entry laws that apply depending on product use. Those re-entry laws are, depending on product, 1 day to 13 days to re-enter a field that have been sprayed with certain pesticides that are necessary for the bugs not to eat our seed. Drift from application can be significant depending on winds, which are acts of God. We would, of course, use caution as we always have. We will need to farm for the unknown future, as it is our son's livelihood also. The question of liability is the biggest issue we and the city should consider. The letter from Todd Lakey has 3 statements we'd like to address. A, first, let's get out of the way that we asked for any free legal advice or other advice from the city, as the letter stated. The City Planning Committee asked for that advice for their own decision-making process. Mr. Lakey is doing his job for the city. And in the letter, he quotes Section 224505 of the Right to Farm Act, in which it states, if operated in accordance with generally recognized ag practices and with compliance with state and federal permits, we shall not be found to be a public or private nuisance. The common interpretation of the Right to Farm Act. At the end of Mr. Lakey's letter, he proceeds to comment that we didn't get a free ride. This is not what we're asking for. We again want to be good neighbors to everyone, old and new. We attend classes, study for difficult tests to obtain our licenses and permits. We do this to follow the law and to protect all our employees, my husband, our neighbors, as much as we can. I scooted too many pages, I'm shaken. So, who is liable when the city person decides to sue the farmer and the city when our chemicals drift onto their barbecue meat? Us? The city? Both? Because this development is being plopped right down in the middle of a 48-year-old operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Henriksen.
You deferred to your wife. Yes, did you you deferred to your wife, correct? Yes. Let it be noted. Let it. So noted. Okay, there's no one else. So at this time, we don't have anyone else that has signed up to testify in support or opposition, but is there anyone here this evening that did not sign up that would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant, Mr. Bailey, for you to come back and to offer any closing comments and then to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Let's see if I can get my words right. So I got a couple things on here as the RS12 versus the 8.5, and I'll say I think we're following what the city needs us to do, and we are committed to building the preliminary plat and having that as part of the development agreement as presented tonight with the 12,000 square foot lot sizes and the information we're presenting. So we think that works. The other way would require us to go to a comp plan change that wouldn't benefit the city or us, in just the extra time to do that. On traffic, I will point out we were under the limit to do a complete traffic analysis, but we did do a turn lane analysis for this, so we did have some traffic look at this, didn't look at the broader area there. But we were also quite aware of the traffic analysis and the potential roundabout at the Harvest Creek subdivision to the west of that and the impact that could be. So we're fully aware and ready to commit to, if there's necessary extraordinary impact fees associated with that, we would be participating in that. I'll note that I drew the roundabout on the plan for Harvest Creek for Hayden, so I'm really quite aware of the traffic situation in the area down there. The extraordinary impact fee. I would point out that at the southeast corner of the property, there's an out parcel there, and the owner of that property had talked to at the P&Z hearing and also the Cleve afterwards, and said we actually have a pathway along there, and he thought that there was a barbecue station or something shown on the plans there, and we don't have any intent to put any kind of gathering area adjacent to his property, and agreed to build whatever fence he needed there, along that area to separate his property from this here. But it's actually separated by that walking path there from the lots at this point. So we comply with whatever they need on there. The issue on the BC zone, actually you'll see the property on the west side of the canal here. I'm sorry, if you could go back to that one you were on. It showed it best there. Yeah, the Cushing 9.2 acres. Ooh, we're moving fast there.
The one that has the ownership?
That shows it. On the right side there, you just stay there, Doug. On the right side, the project location there, and the owner owns that hourglass-shaped property on the west side there. He had considered and had talked to the planners a little bit about the idea of doing that actually as a commercial piece, or looking at a comp plan change for that in the future. We're doing that, and I think he'd still love to do that, but they said, well, that's going to be a comp plan change. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, and your odds of getting that moving at this point are slim. If the city were to, consider some comp plan change to allow some more commercial in this area that would make sense in the mid-block area, he'd be all for that. Absent that, he doesn't have any plans for future development of that property. He'll be retaining that. That's not actually part of the subdivision that we're proposing now.
Could I ask a question as you
Yes,
go
ma'am.
through that? How are you planning on maintaining that property right now? The good news is it's a buffer to the agriculture. On the west side, that becomes a buffer. It isn't a big buffer in that one area, but how are you planning on, what are you going to do with that? Just
He owns
have
it, so I
in
assume he'll keep
grass and mow it
farming
or
or grass or
something like that?
as he is now, as he has for how many years?
Yeah.
So the same way he's been maintaining it since then. And it's not part of the development on this property. I would also point out while we're talking about that not being part of the development is a buffer to the agricultural ground here. I'll segue into that topic. And that an additional buffer is that we have the Reidenbach Canal that totally surrounds this property adjacent to the neighboring farmer. Okay? And that canal contains a 100-foot wide easement, 50 feet either side of the center line of the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. There are no crossings of that proposed for pedestrians. There may be some irrigation works that are in there, and we will be fencing the entire side of that property, the edge of that easement. Then there'll be a 20-foot landscape buffer there, and then the backs of these large lots. So the distance of the homes from the agriculture operations that are existing there is significant. Right? We're talking 150 feet to 180 feet, probably most of those across the canal. And the likelihood of any trespass from this subdivision into that property is very low. There's just not access to do that. They can go out on Locust and walk down there and walk onto their property, I suppose, if they want. But as far as being neighbors, we are separated significantly from that property. That said, we have never said that we thought that the property would be a nuisance or that we had a problem with that. And that was actually testimony presented by Mr. Hendrickson at the Planning and Zoning meeting, that he thought that his property would be a hazard to residences in this area. And we certainly understand their point, and we certainly expect and want them to continue any operations they're continuing in the way they do, and that they, in the way they operate that property, and that they should, in fact, be protected by the Right to Farm Act on this. Our building houses here does not create a nuisance out of his operation, and I don't expect it will unless they intend that to. The rules for his chemicals, I don't understand all that well and how it actually works. But as I understand that those being an effect on this property now or after a subdivision is not consistent with the thing. So the change of the use of this property does not change the rules as to how he could do his operation on the property, in the future, because we've changed the use on the property. And we certainly don't want to be at odds with them, and we certainly don't want to do anything that would inhibit their ability to operate their operation. I think it's important to the community, it's important to their family, and it's their property, their right to do that. Subject to, we shouldn't be restricted on what we do on our property as a result of his operations, either prior to or after any annexation to the city. It goes with that, so.
Can I ask another question? Are you considering an HOA with this property?
Absolutely, we'll have an HOA.
So within the HOA, would you have a disclaimer? Because I know if it's not pesticides, I know there is always a challenge with people that don't like the dirt or the noise during farming season, whatever. And so within your HOA document, will you put a disclaimer in there and a comment regarding the farming that is contiguous to this subdivision? So that anyone that's coming into the subdivision would be very well aware of that the farming will take place?
Madam Mayor, yes, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is I'm not exactly sure how we do these, and we've done a lot of these over the years of the Right to Farm Act things. And the HOA, the Right to Farm Act is printed on the plat, and that's part of the HOA requirements that they do that. And so if someone complains to the HOA on that, and they say, here, we have this here, and that we can't complain about this stuff, and the HOA Management Associates know that also. I'm not exactly sure how that's written in the HOA documents, but whatever would be acceptable to the city for that, I would make sure gets put in that. If we want to put that as a condition of approval on the development agreement or there. So.
Are there any other questions?
I will have one for legal,
Okay.
so I'll let Councilwoman Jangala go first. Is there any more questions for Mr. Bailey?
Do you have, yours is for legal
Yeah,
also? Okay, Councilman Haverfield?
Okay, just for a point of clarification then, connectivity to city limits, is that across to the west, southwest on that little point where they connect together? That's
Yes.
the connectivity there in the middle of the canal?
Yes, it's in the middle of the canal and at the northeast corner of the Harvest Creek subdivision. So they do actually touch in the center of the road, which is consistent with the annexation.
And then water and
state law.
sewer extensions, are they from the west coming to this location?
They are from Happy Valley for the water and, or for the sewer, and then from Happy Valley and Locust on the sewer, on the water. Water comes down there already.
On
And then
Locust.
along that, yeah.
Because it appears that there's a parcel there that is not a part of that other subdivision that is still in the county. Who's going to pay the bill for it to be extended across their frontage?
The developer of this parcel is already working with Hayden Homes, and so both of them, I guess,
for that parcel that's not coming into the city limits.
We'll actually extend the sewer and water across the front of that parcel as the development of Harvest Creek and this subdivision. That'll be paid for by these, and it'll be actually put in.
And the incentive as far as for latecomers agreement, is that a part of this process or not? That's a staff question. Sorry.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, for the size of lines for the sewer here, it would not be eligible for a reimbursement agreement.
They won't be oversizing them then.
No, they would not.
Is that because don't plan on going any further east?
That is because this is the tail end of that line, yes.
Okay, so it's gravity flow back the other way.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and, Council, if you have no other questions for the applicant, we can close public hearing. If you think there's a likelihood you're going to have another question, then we'll just address questions to staff and then come back.
Well, there may be a question for Mr. and Mrs. Hendrickson, so we would not be able to
Okay,
close
we'll go ahead and
that.
keep
I
it
mean,
open.
that's- I guess, I think Councilwoman Jangla may have the same question I do, but there may be clarification that I would need from one of them.
We'll leave it open. So Councilman Brunner? Or, okay, you're first, okay.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that we addressed Kathy's concern. Who's liable for the pesticides that do blow into the neighbor's property? And if we do put something in there in the HOA stating that, does that protect Kathy and her family?
Madam Mayor, it's a great question. Here's the lawyer answer, is it depends. I mean, just the circumstances of what happens and when and how can vary the answer, but generally the city's not liable. You've got two separate private property owners, and general principle is preventing the activities conducted on your property from impacting negatively the lawful use of an adjacent parcel. That principle applies, and that's between two private properties. The city's not part of that. The Right to Farm Act that's addressed here is one that requires an adjacent farm to continue to operate in accordance with federal and state law in all of their use of any pesticide application or anything else. And that's their obligation. And so long as you do that, that's what the code was referenced about. It's therefore it can't be a nuisance so long as you continue to comply. So I think the city's liability is 0 to none, quite frankly. The questions are, I mean, you're doing your due diligence, asking the questions and trying to make a prudent decision, but I don't think the city has liability. With regards to adding a condition of approval, that's common in a DA to require HOA documents or CCNRs to include some disclosure language. So everybody who obtains a residence in that parcel will be made additionally aware of the adjacent use and the obligations of that adjacent farmer. So that's a common condition that you could place in the DA.
Thank you.
Mayor, pretty much the same question, I guess. Just there's nothing to limit a property owner from suing another property owner, though.
Madam Mayor, certainly there's not, and there's even more so nothing that the city would do to prevent that scenario.
So if Mr. and Mrs. Hendrickson, I do have a question. Thank you. So, and I'm not familiar at all also with thank goodness we have rights as far as agriculture and your right to continue with what you're doing for society. Is there a wind? We are in a windy area, okay?
Yeah, I want to tell you.
My mom that moved out of Eagle tells me that all the time. So we're in a windy, open area here. Is there a certain where you have to track what the amount of wind is before you can spray, or how? I'm just curious.
What I'd like to say is the pesticides we use are really not covered by the Right to Farm Act. They're federal EPA. Right to Farm is general use pesticides like you would buy down at D&B. And that's where the Right to Farm Act gets abused and misused in places like this, as they say you have the right. But we're another level above that because we're in vegetable seed. And all of our pesticides have to be under lock and key. The State Department Ag can drive in anytime they want to, look at our inventory, look at our log. And if we don't account for the amount of pesticide we put on in a given day on a given field, we get fined. And it's very serious because restricted use pesticides are dangerous to humans. General use pesticides are not dangerous to humans. That's why it's very strict what we do. And I wanted to say the problem we have with the global warming, where, you know, I've been there 48 years, and we're fighting insects like you cannot believe trying to grow seed now. And mites is one of them. They just thrive in heat. And miticides are one of the most dangerous we have to use. And last year I put all I could on everywhere, and we had failures after failure. I mean, we're having a difficult time. And anyway, I don't know what I've missed here, but
I wanted to get back, and you can carry on. Back to the wind, though. Is there a requirement what the wind level?
well,
can be for you
that's
to
the whole
apply?
thing of it is I'll give you an example. It's happened many times over 48 years, but it's getting more and more intense. Is the dramatic storms that we get, thunderstorms, like year before last, we had lima beans blow across the road, across Locust into the neighbor's yard. And we're out there just, you know, going as hard as we can, try to get the crop in before it blows, because we gotta let it get dry. This year we got weather forecast, we could swath 25 acres of peas behind the shop, well, right next to this field. And by morning, they had changed the forecast. They said, well, by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're gonna have up to 50-mile-an-hour winds. And we go, oh man, we just laid down all them with dry peas. Well, 3 o'clock, here it comes. 4 o'clock, we're out there playing football with peas, flying in the air and going over ditches and into the next field and into the next cornfield. And that's just the act of God we deal with right now.
You can't sue the weatherman.
No, and you know, then they'll give us re-entry time to go out and spray a crop, and then it volatilizes over so many days. We have no control of where it's going to go. It could go on anywhere, and we don't want to get sued. You know, anyway, that's where we're at. I mean, you know, we don't know how long we're going to farm there, but there's a lot of land there to develop, and we got to farm it. That's all there is to it. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, let's put it that way. I mean, we don't have city services coming to us. It's a ways out. We've got to farm it, and we can't just let it go to weeds. We got to pay taxes. But anyway, that's where we're at. I'm just trying to explain a little bit where we're at.
And what Mr. Bailey reported as far as the distance from any type of one residence to where you're actually farming and applying pesticides, you agree with his statement as far as the?
Well, actually, I own most of the land on the other side of the canal. I mean, his property line doesn't go to the water's edge, only in one little point there on the south part. And then on the east part, we're just like that. The problem with the property is the location more than anything, is it's downwind. The prevailing wind is about 70% coming out of the northwest. Well, all my acres are just right upwind. What do? You know, we're directed to use wind to our advantage when we apply, but when you have reentry of so many days, you cannot get a prediction on the wind and where it's going to go.
And I'm carrying on a little too long, I know, but
Okay.
as far as, if I went out to the property, is there a property that would not be downwind? If they develop just a portion of this property, is there an area that would not be affected by what you're applying pesticides?
Well, actually, the front part, I think would be far enough, but the back part, you know, we got 6 fields that border that back field. I mean, that back part. So any one of those 6 fields, we go into it, we're affected. You know, we're getting too close.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, as you can tell, I'm concerned.
Sure.
I want property rights. I want a person to be able to sell
Sure.
their right, but I'm just concerned about the lawsuits and the potential that we're such a lawsuit-happy society
Right.
anymore. That
Well, that's my fear is, you know, these are up-end homes. Everybody's going to have their own lawyer. And I don't want, well, I'm going to put it this way. We show up at a spray rig over along Happy Valley. We get phone calls from Vineyard Point, Bridgewater. And I've had people walk across the road and give me the finger. And I've had a person walk across the road and stand right in front of my tractor and take my picture.
For what you're doing, I'm sorry.
So I
carry on.
unfortunately, I'm afraid.
I'd give you a high five for
Mayor?
So anyway, okay, any more questions?
Councilwoman Levi, is yours for Mr. Hendrickson?
I have one as well.
Okay,
ahead.
so Councilwoman Levi and then Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you. So a couple questions for you.
Sure.
So I'm looking at the surrounding properties, and I see how definitely that you surround the development, proposed development. But and you were talking about the direction that traditionally the wind drifts. So
Right.
have you had any feedback from, for instance, where the Harvest Creek subdivision is to be and the Roger Lyon Ellis Farms? Have they noticed any drift or anything?
Well, you mean on to the south of this development? Well, that's my cousin's place. I've never, I don't know, I've never had anybody say that far away. But we are in an ag zone. You know, you zone it city, there's a whole different liability there. I mean, in an ag zone, you have to expect a few things, but
I
there's
just
a
was
whole.
wondering if you had had any feedback up to this point over your 48 years or not, so.
Okay.
But I know that the Harvest Creek subdivision obviously hasn't been there. So anyway, I will reserve the rest of my comments for our deliberation, but I just wanted to get that from you, so thank you.
Councilman Haverfield?
Mr. Hendrickson,
Yeah.
Maybe you inferred it already, I just didn't hear it. You don't do aerial application.
Well, we do. The problem is we'd be done with that, with this.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
We fly north-south and it'd stop that.
So where's the pivots as far as for the plane?
Well, the
Do they
planes,
go- Do they currently go over the Cushing?
they run over the railroad tracks, turn around, they come back, and then they turn over this area and some of the Ellis ground in there and go back to the north.
So you wouldn't be able to have aerial applications?
No, I'd be done, yeah.
How would that affect your operations?
Well, there's times when we have to do it, like when we're beekeeping, when we're doing bees in carrots, and we'll put belize on, which the Lagus bug, it keeps them from chewing. And we have to go in with aerial application doing that. Or if we get a crop where we just can't get to it in time, we do aerial. Well, and like on peas, we do pea weevil control with airplane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a question. That is, how many times a year do you do pesticide application?
That's a good question. In carrots, last year was 12 times. It was just endless. Normally on peas and beans, it's 3 times. Sweet corn, it's 4 to 5. But we rotate our crops. That's what we have to do. And so that's how we work our farm, because we got to have proper rotation for every seed. And carrots is 6 years, beans is 4 years, peas is 4 years, the sweet corn, we can go every other year. So we kind of work them in. But anyway.
Thank you.
Mayor
Thank
Kling.
you. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think, Randy, did you have? So, Mr. Hendrick,
Sure.
what's the answer here?
Pardon me?
What is the answer here?
Well,
I'm concerned.
I guess you didn't get the letter I sent the planning. You didn't get it, did you?
No, I mean,
You got it?
it's in the packet. It's in the
Okay.
packet, yes. I'm saying yes.
Yeah, well, if we had city services, we would probably just say, let's get out of the way. But we're a long way, we got a lot of land there to develop, and it's gonna take a long time, even if we had it today. But we're years away. And, 15 years ago, we had a developer, and he was looking at 15 to 20 years, and they want us to farm it, as it goes down. But we can't farm, we just can't go out and cut weeds. I mean, you gotta really farm it, or it isn't worth your time. But, yeah, we're asking ourselves all kinds of questions. We don't know what to do. We're gonna have to totally do something different, I guess. But it's gotta pay the bills.
Will this subdivision development have any effect on your operation of your farm?
Oh, absolutely.
Besides the pesticide issue, what about the irrigation, the water?
No, don't have any of
That
those
won't
issues.
bother, okay,
No, uh-uh.
okay. Yeah. So as far as the liability issue,
Right.
I guess you just never know, right?
Well, yeah.
That's the problem
Yeah.
right there. We don't know.
Right. Well, the bottom line is, well, I'm going to tell you another thing. Department of Ag is going to step up and do a lot more investigating and do a lot more of auditing because they're seeing this happening all over the valley, and there's going to be problems. And I don't know if you know that southwest of Caldwell, orchards and vineyards have pushed back about a month ago. The county kind of woke up, and they're in the same boat as I am. They do the very same products that I use. They've got to have some space. Otherwise, they've got to pull up stakes and leave. But I'm not as rooted down as much as they are, but I'm just saying they have the same problem. And so anyway, that's where we're at.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have another question. I'm just thinking about the irrigation waterways. So when you're applying pesticide, though, you're not covering those
No.
to where that is
No,
going in,
we're not supposed to get near them, right? That's on the label, yeah.
which is difficult because you've got them all around there.
Right, yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So are there any other questions? Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant in this matter? Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be pushy, but I hope I'd get a last say after.
Yes, you would
after
have
the-
that opportunity, so
Okay,
thank
so
you for raising your hand.
I don't want to push my luck on that end of it. And as I've said before, we certainly sympathize with Mr. Hendrickson, but as he stated, there's a couple reasons here, in that this is happening all over the place. That his property is zoned medium density residential in your comprehensive plan as well. So this is an issue about, is your comprehensive plan, effective for what we want to do here, and for what we're looking at doing here, and we think it is, and it's appropriate for his property as well. He said he wants to develop it, and he would develop it if he could get services to it. And I guess it comes down to, the point of, should this development and Mr. Cushing's property be the one where we say, okay, you can't develop because he's essentially used your property. He's used your property in order to run his farming operation because he's having the chemicals that come onto the property. I don't know what the right answer is on this, but I don't think that the right answer is to say that this can't be developed in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and this be the only one that we do that to in this area, that we take that out on this property. And so I don't know what does to protect him from lawsuits from this property if he's spraying across the property, nor from lawsuits from Harvest Creek, which is already approved, immediately adjacent, from River Meadows, which is across the street, which is already affected, from Bridgewater, which he said, which is already affected in this area. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I think it would be unfair to restrict the development of this property in accordance with the comprehensive plan because he is essentially saying, you can't develop it because I use it already to spread my chemicals on. It would be him basically taking away the use of Mr. Cushing's property. I don't know what the answer to the bigger problem is, though.
Mayor?
So,
Yes.
What does the Cushing family, what do they farm right now on that property?
he has it, you've done it in pasture or variety, who did you rent it to? It's been leased for various crop. I don't know exactly what was on there.
Do those pesticides been going over to the farm that's being, or the people that lease the farm right now, and does that affect those type of crops?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. So I don't know the history of what's going on here. I know the property could build a house up there, and it would be, the people in the house would be affected, in the same way. But as far as are his chemicals negatively affecting the crops on the property? I don't know the
Right,
answer
is
to
there
that.
drift? Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Is there
Yeah.
drift from the
Right,
chemicals
has there been
to
any issues
the,
with that, with the farming?
to the existing farm?
I don't
Could-
know the answer to that, I'm sorry. I don't
Okay.
know if you
Would
do
you
either.
like to answer that question? Okay. Thank you.
My name is Cleve Cushing. I live at 4680 North. I just moved, so I don't remember. Legacy Woods Place in Meridian. And when I presented my letter to Christie this week, I brought her a little bit of additional documentation that she begged me not to leave. And so at the P&Z, we were presented with 17 chemicals that are being applied. And so I spent about 4 days going through them and looking at the labels, looking at the material safety data sheets. And the overwhelming information on each one of those is that the applicator and the grower are responsible for spray drift. Avoiding spray drift at the application site and the interaction in many equipment and weather-related factors determine the potential for spray drift. The applicator and the grower are responsible. That's not my wording, that's right out of the labels. The fact that we have each one of the properties are, our entire property we're trying to develop is surrounded by water. Water is one of the things you're not supposed to be putting any of this in, and so those labels say that you don't drink it, keep it out of the reach of children. That's virtually every one of these. When it comes to drift, I went down following the P&Z meeting and talked with, let me get my name here, Ryan Ward at the Idaho Department of Agriculture, and he said drift is the responsibility of the applicator and the farmer, and it is his responsibility to maintain it on his properties. And the best analogy I can come up with on drift is that if I'm trying to get a building permit for a house that I own on a piece of property that's next door to another piece of property, and that homeowner on that property, my neighbor, wants to paint that house, he's responsible to control his drift of paint. I don't believe I can be prevented from getting a building permit just because my neighbor might get paint on my house. And then Kathy mentioned all of the classes and all of that. As of 4:30 this afternoon, the Hendricks application, their applicator license had expired on July 31st of last year and still have not been renewed. Now, he can't, not according to what the state's telling me, but, well, as of this afternoon, it is not on their database. He can still get somebody else to apply it, but he's still responsible for drift. And there's nothing I want more than every one of my neighbors who are farming to continue to farm and to be successful. But the one thing that I have attempted to do in the past 2.5 years is work with staff, work with the departments to find out what capacities are, what people would like to see in a development, and I've tried to meet those requirements. And there's nothing I'm proposing that would prevent any neighbor, north, south, east, or west, from continuing to farm. In fact, one of the things I intend to do is to try to find another farm to buy, but not in this valley. It's too expensive. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Mayor Kling?
I need to ask legal, how do we handle this? Because we have to allow the applicant to rebut a comment, but then when we have a citizen that wants to make another comment, how do I handle that?
Madam Mayor, it's in your discretion. Ultimately, the one requirement is the applicant does get the last word, so.
Correct.
I just had a question.
Okay,
It started with my question.
okay, and then Councilman Haverfield has a question, so go ahead.
No, I just said that was based on my question. I asked the applicant the question.
Okay, right, okay, thank you.
I have a question for Daniel, if he'll come
Okay,
back up.
thank you.
Wake up. Roll your eyes at me.
I didn't.
Sure looked like it. So in the packet, I didn't see that the Planning and Zoning Commission had had any opinion on this. They punted to Todd Lakey, is that correct?
So at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they requested, they tabled it to allow staff to talk to the city attorney about the questions. Rodney was the one that communicated with him, I believe, and so I would probably defer to him on that communication, but I believe you've seen the letter that Todd's office prepared.
Right. But as far as approval of the preliminary plat or review of that, recommendations to council, there is none from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is that correct?
The Planning Commission recommended approval of the annexation and the preliminary plat, correct?
Okay, I didn't see that in the packet. Maybe I just overlooked it. So the only other question I had for you then is water and sewer extensions, since they're coming from the west-east along Locust Lane, is there any reason why the Hendrickson family would not have access to water and sewer services if they wanted to develop the property that has frontage on Locust Lane?
There may be a small amount of property adjacent to Locust Lane that could be served. The majority of the Hendrickson's property is north of this and is in a separate sewer basin that would, in order to develop, needs a new line run all the way through town back to the wastewater plant in order to have capacity to serve this area.
So the 26.9 acres that I'm looking at that says Hendrickson family directly to the west of the subject property, that's not got capacity available for it?
So there, in the analysis we did, there were 126 available capacity units. This plan would take 96 of those, so there would be approximately 30 units available to that property, though the density of 30 units on 29 acres likely would not meet the comp plan designation.
Thank you.
Okay. So are there any other questions from council for the applicant?
I guess my only, Mrs. Hendrickson was, it's your decision, Mayor, but Mrs. Hendrickson was interested in making a comment with the applicant having the final say, I guess. Is that
Right, if we do so, then the applicant will have another opportunity to come back. So did you want to make comment? No? Okay. Okay. So with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This is a really difficult decision. It's a very difficult decision. It's difficult, and I've got to have disclosure. I know both of the parties here. I don't personally know the Hendricksons, but I lived right next to the ground that you guys farmed. And I know your employees and your son, and literally, so Sunday I went for a walk on the ditch bank right next to your field, right? I do that. I have done that daily for years. For years I've done that. And my only thought on the kids walking in the field is, please don't mess up the rows, right? Don't step over that. So, and you've been wonderful neighbors. I mean, not actual neighbors, but we've known you for years. I've known Cleve and Mervell for years, for a long time. I've had no discussion with them other than the application process, right, that you've had with the city, but we've not had any discussion on this. I'm sitting here because I deeply care for both of you. And this is a really, really hard one when you really care. I will say agriculture is so critically important to us. And what we're dealing with right now in the culture we're in, with the legal liability and that concern, it's a big deal. At the other side, I understand when it's time and you want to develop your property, you want to have the freedom to develop your property. In the ideal world, we could develop you could sell the 26.9 acres right there and at least deal with that, but you still have two sides, and that you've got buffer on that side anyway. So I just had to disclose, just so, because I hope I don't need to break a tie. In fact, I would probably want to recuse myself. It's difficult in this situation because we take these decisions really seriously. They're important decisions. It's important that we protect farming. But I understand, and I know the Hendricksons understand the desire to want to develop. When it comes time to develop the property, you want to be able to do that. So it's a very difficult one. And at that, I just wanted to express that.
Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move. Are these two motions, or can we combine them, or do they need to be separate? And let me explain, because, boy, I tell you, there's only one factor involved here why I'm going to make this motion. And that's because of the ag rules on the water and the Reidenbach Canal, that you cannot be having pesticides and so on. If that wasn't here, let me say I'd have a whole different decision. But I'm very strong on property rights and ability. I just wish we could get services to you as quickly as possible, but I know that's not going to happen with time, and you guys are in a real pinch. But I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we approve the annexation and zoning to RS 85 with the condition that there's a minimum of 12,000 square feet per lot. That's in the development agreement. And I'm not going to read all of this. I've also moved to the annexation, and well, the other one says the same thing. Am I missing something here, Doug?
No, so the approve would just be that first paragraph.
Okay, so, and I'm not going to read it. It's as stated, and with the conditions of approval as stated, like I said, when making sure that these are, even though it's 8.5, these are a minimum of 12,000 square foot lots.
So could I ask, would you be willing to add in a development agreement that the HOA has language, that there is an HOA, that the HOA has language that clearly communicates
To the residents. I
To
think
the
for residents'
residents.
sake, I wish I could add language that there'd be no lawsuits, period, but I know that's not going to happen. But yes, Mayor, I will add that to my motion.
right, to protect the agricultural use and that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Time for discussion?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
as long as it's consistent in your motion that you're including the preliminary plat as a part of the reference.
Okay, so let's do an addendum on that too. So HOA and the preliminary plat, and see if the second agrees with that, but I will add that to my motion.
No, in the conditions of approval, it stated that the applicant will enter into a development agreement with the city and contain exhibits and legal descriptions, but it didn't specifically point out the preliminary plat, which is important.
Well, Doug, is there anything we need to do different on that, or are we okay?
Actually, it does say plat in that condition, number 12. So descriptions, plat, conditions stated in the staff report and any other
Consisting of
conditions.
97 buildable.
Okay, as long as it's stated that's the preliminary plat, and that's, I guess, the understanding of the motion. I agree, I like the larger lot sizes. I don't like the fact that, that's just that narrowest of touch points that connect this property to city property. That still bothers me, it doesn't seem right. But
Contiguous to that, yeah.
but I understand that the state allows that. But, and I guess I'm still, it bothers me a little bit too that the sewer capacity is not available for the Hendricksons because they're not first to the table. That's unfortunate to me. I don't like that, but again, I like the personal property rights to be able to develop that, and that's important as well. So I'm torn by this one. This is a tough one.
This is a toughie.
Mayor? Thank you. Thank you. First off, I want to say to the applicant that I do appreciate the bigger lot sizes and your willingness to keep them size. The other thing I would like to say is to the Henricksons, they, when she, Kathy, I believe that's correct, when she approached, she said that she was neither for or against it. She was here simply to give us information. And that information is very valuable. And I think somewhere in the hearing tonight, it got lost that we were pitting farmer against farmer. So I just want to make sure we have correct perspective on that. the information she brought forward is something we really need to take seriously, because they were concerned about the drift. They were concerned about what could happen down the road. My experience, having been on planning and zoning Canyon County for over 6 years, is you approve a piece of land, the developer says things are going to be great, the property owners are all excited, it gets put in the development agreement, and what happens is you have property owners that now live next door to the existing farm, and they come in and they're starting to whine and they're complaining because they're saying, we don't like that operation, and now all of a sudden, they want to shut it down. They've existed for 48 years. The other thing that was stated was if we eliminated the aerial operations, which there was a little bit of dispute about the license. I don't know for sure. I believe the Henriksons would know better than I would whether that license has been renewed or not. But Mr. Henriksen did state that it will greatly impact their operation. They are the existing business with the property rights. And I agree with the people, the Cushing family, they have property rights as well. But are their property rights going to interfere with an existing farm and shut down their operation? Anytime someone comes forward and we're taking farmland to develop housing, it really concerns me that we are not being looking far enough down the future as to what the impact of that is. I stated when we talked about our comprehensive plan and future land use map, we really have to take that seriously, what kind of community we want to be. What is that communicating to developers? Because we have a developer who's come forward to us tonight, and he has developed in mind what our comprehensive plan stated. But did we take into account this existing family operation? And one of the things I brought forward to Canyon County was when we are doing or setting up the future land use map, comprehensive land use map, that we need to bring everybody to the table, because there are businesses that are going to be greatly impacted by the decisions that we're making, and all of a sudden we're saying, hey, we just zoned your property for future use this. We're in a sense telling them what we're going to do with their property. So we have to be really careful about that. And the other thing I'm still a little bit confused on is with the Right to Farm Act. I can appreciate that, and I don't know if that in itself stands enough that if we put it in the development agreement, and perhaps this is for our legal, if we put that in our development agreement, that will take care of things. And it was commented, we put this something in the HOA, and my understanding was we don't have any jurisdiction over HOAs. So even though we can ask the developer to put that in there, we still don't have any jurisdiction with the HOA. So I don't really know if the Right to Farm Act stands by itself, or if we can interfere with an HOA, or if just putting something in the development agreement is enough.
Thank you for, yes.
Yeah, briefly,
Thank
Madam
you,
Mayor.
Joe.
So yes, the Right to Farm Act stands by itself, and the applicant can agree to encumber their property through the development agreement with certain conditions. And cooperatively, that's what it sounds like the applicant's willing to do so. So they would encumber this property with that consensual obligation to provide CC&Rs and an HOA that discloses it as described to inform the homeowners of the adjacent use, so.
So that's the development agreement, not the HOA. So do we need to
Could you
make that
clarify, so what I think Sandy's questioning is that, or maybe Rodney, do you have an answer to that? I see you wanting to share. So I just want to, let's clarify when we request in a development agreement that language be put in the HOA to fully disclose to where any resident understands that this is adjacent to, that the spraying will take place, there will be chemicals used, and that there is an adjacency to farm, right? So can we do that?
So Mayor, I'm not sure I could say it any better than the attorney, but what he said was accurate. When there is an agreement on something, like a development agreement, then you can mutually agree. The city can't force an HOA to do something that they're not willing to do. So I think that that's where we're at, is annexation is a really flexible situation. You can deny annexation Or you can, based on their agreement for certain conditions to put in the DA, you can agree to annex into the city and provide them services and the subdivision rights. So I think I just kind of repeated what you said, but
So that is what, when you talk about a mutual agreement, the mutual agreement is if the city agrees to annex, the developer is also agreeing to abide by the terms of the development agreement, which we have outlined that in the HOA it would state the guidelines.
Mayor?
So it does carry weight then, yes. Councilwoman Levi.
So, and maybe Rodney, you could clarify if you remember this. A couple of years ago, when we approved the apartment complex out next to that machine shop, the Midland Overpass and Karcher Road, same thing. And I remember I was the one who was stating that very thing about, can we put something in the development agreement so that when those the apartments are leased out or rented out, that we don't have people, and I remember I used the word again, and I saw a few raised eyebrows, so we don't have people whining, coming back to City Hall and saying, oh, they're too noisy, we want to get rid of the business that had been there, I think, 28 years. And so didn't we put something like that in the development agreement? Do you know offhand?
Christie, you recall that project? And I know the one you're talking about, and I know the situation there. I can't remember whether we put that in the DA.
Does that-
Don't
may I
recall
ask
that
a
project
question?
specifically, but I just popped something up on here. Every single recorded final plat has an obligation to outline the Right to Farm Act on it. And every house that is sold gets a copy of this plat. So item number 2 on every single final plat acknowledges the Right to Farm Act. So that would be included with every title, with every property that is signed for and sold.
So Mayor, what I'm hearing from you, Christie, is that even if we want the HOA and they decide they don't want to include that, it's going to be included no matter what. Every resident is going to be aware.
Yes, it will be on the plat. It's a requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good, thanks.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Thank you, Sandy. A lot. Because this was a tough one. Yeah, I have a decision now.
Okay, so we are in the discussion phase regarding this. Has the council had adequate time to discuss and give consideration to their decision? And if so, I would stand, we had a motion.
and a
That's
second.
true. Is there any further discussion, Councilman Bauer?
The one thing I don't like that I guess I kind of spaced was how the connectivity of the property. So that kind of makes it a little bit worse for me, kind of how Randy stated that it's, I don't like city connecting like this either. And,
It's almost a leapfrog.
it's like a leapfrog, so it's a very, very difficult decision. Just wanted to acknowledge that it's a difficult decision, and I don't necessarily like the leapfrog connectivity.
You know what's difficult about this is that we knew this at the time we approved the water and the wastewater. So that's a difficult one because we knew, we went ahead and approved, made that approval to provide the services and knew the path to annexation, what it was at that time, which is, that's a tough one. Okay?
Mayor, that was a clarification that I was looking for. I mean, if we're legally liable, if we deny this because we authorized that many dwelling units to be placed in that location, so, but I'm assured that we don't have any, but still, it's important to cover that base.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Changula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
You seconded the motion, didn't you?
I know, but I just,
Yes.
Levi?
No?
Bauer?
no.
And Brunner.
Yes.
Okay, with that, the motion was to approve annexation and zoning, and it did pass. And this is such a, I tell you what, it's a hard, you can tell this is a real hard one. Because I tell you, I so appreciate what you guys, I don't know if you guys know the Hendricks. If you want to see the best-looking farm in the Treasure Valley, it's their ground. It is, yes, you're pointing, it is the cleanest, it's the neatest, there's never a weed. You guys have an incredible operation, and I applaud you for that.
Mayor, the Hendricks
And-
family, I don't know them, these folks personally, I have seen them, but they have a wonderful reputation, the Hendricks family.
You do, and so our hope would be that you can continue to farm, you can continue to do your business, that people are clearly notified. And I know for me, I would live there any day. So I don't have a problem with that.
Mayor?
Anyway, yes.
I would like to also add, and I meant to say this in my little dissertation, is I hope tonight that our citizens got a little bit of flavor and appreciation for how knowledgeable our farmers are, what they do, and it's difficult. I mean, they're having to keep up with these regulations, it's costly, there's schooling, the long hours, and I just want to applaud you sincerely. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was about an hour and a half, and we are on public hearing number 1 of 5 tonight. So we are ready to move to public hearing number 6.2 on the agenda. Do we need a break for a second? Yeah. Okay, and I apologize. I think council does need a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to get started with our second public hearing of the evening. This is an action item. It's the reconsideration, Item 6.2, I just need to double check. We're going to open this public hearing, is that correct, and continue it? Correct? Okay. So item 6.2 is a reconsideration for annexation and zoning to the RD zoning district and potential development agreement for a future Wood Poppy subdivision at 0 Northside Boulevard. This is a 9.51 acre parcel for Jerem Wagner and Trilogy Development, representing Corey Barton Endurance Holdings. This, we're going to open this and open the public hearing, and then I would stand, so it's officially open, and I would stand for a motion to continue this hearing to date certain of April 4.
So moved. Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer.
Yes.
Item 6.3 is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RD and subdivision preliminary plat for Valenti subdivision at 0 Ustick Road. This is a 37.72 acre parcel. This is also for Jerem Wagner and Trilogy Development, representing Corey Barton Endurance Holdings. I would stand for a motion. It is open at this time to continue this public hearing to date certain of April 4, 22.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer.
Yes.
We're ready for item 6.4 on the agenda. This is a zoning map amendment to community business planned unit development from community business planned unit development to light industrial and a potential development agreement at 0 Shannon Drive. This is for LDK Ventures representing Northside Logistics Center. And I think our applicant is here. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, LDK Ventures. Also with me from LDK is Srini Nunkala. He is with LDK. He's going to make some remarks following mine, and if you have any questions that I can't answer, he certainly can. So this isn't our first time before the council for an LDK project. We were here this last summer for the Madison Avenue Industrial Project, which was approved. And that project is shown on the bottom right there as a rendering. Building permits in with the city, I believe, ready to be issued. So we're hoping to break ground on that very soon. Another project for LDK is that Bay Area Logistics Center in Richmond, California. And we're just showing you these because they're going to be pretty similar to the product we're proposing on this site. As a reminder, LDK is based out of Sacramento. They do industrial projects all over California, Texas, and now Idaho. So we have one application before you tonight. We're going to ask for a rezone of 42 acres of property that's located southwest of the north side I-84 interchange. We did come before the Planning and Zoning Commission before the new year. They did recommend approval of this rezone. And we're asking for this rezone, again, to go from commercial to light industrial. This light industrial zoning will allow LDK to move forward with turnkey spec industrial space, I think that we all know is in very high demand in the city, and to foster further commercial development and employment opportunities in the city. This property is vacant. So on the left side of the screen, outlined in yellow, is the property at issue. Vacant land. It has been used to deposit beet tailings from the sugar factory for a few decades, though. And you can see those tailing piles in the photo there. The comprehensive plan is on the right side of the screen there. You can see that this property is designated commercial, but almost all the property surrounding us to the southwest and north is all designated industrial, and it's a little tough to see on the map, but it is have a slight gray hue there. The zoning we're asking for light industrial is appropriate in this case because we are surrounded by the industrial designation. And one other reason that industrial zoning is appropriate here is because all of that land surrounding us is actually zoned industrial. So to the south, the city's wastewater treatment plant, zoned industrial. To the west is a vacant piece of property, zoned heavy industrial. And to the north, we have I-84 and more industrial property. Therefore, one of the key elements we look for on these rezones is it compatible? And we would submit that this is compatible. And we agree with staff that the predominant use in the area is industrial. So getting to the project, this is the Shannon 42 project. LDK again plans to develop this in 3 phases. Phase 1 is currently being designed. That's the phase closest to I-84. We hope to break ground on this in the summer of 2022. As I mentioned, one of the biggest obstacles for us are the beet tailings on site. You might see work out there today. That's LDK moving the 500,000 cubic yards of beet tailings off the property to ready the site for construction. In total, with all 3 phases, we expect the project to provide about 600,000 square feet of industrial spec space for warehousing, logistics, and light manufacturing. We have proposed a development agreement. There's been a lot of discussion around development agreements tonight, but one of the key portions of our development agreement is this site plan. We plan to attach it to our development agreement, and it would require that the project is developed in substantial conformance with this site plan. This slide shows the project, the conceptual plan overlaid on a current aerial. I just wanted to go through real quick again the surrounding uses. So again, to the south, the city's wastewater treatment plant just across Indian Creek. North, where we are right on Interstate 84 with the sugar factory north of the interstate. To the west, vacant agricultural land zoned heavy industrial. And then to our east, we have a variety of uses, lots of commercial and more industrial, as well as educational uses and also a church. So we have consciously designed this site to transition to the east, recognizing that those uses, there are some commercial uses over there, and we've put our smallest building, phase 3, on our eastern boundary, as well as some parking on the southeast corner there, as well as doing landscape buffers and parking lanes all along the east side to buffer to those eastern uses. That's not to say that we aren't compatible with the uses to the east, because we think we are. Right next to phase 3 is Norco's kind of half industrial, half commercial property. Switching slides here, you can see this kind of 6-pack of industrial uses. That's the Broadmoor Business Park. These are fairly new structures that are being developed in the area. They're of a industrial style as well as industrial use. So again, this all goes to compatibility. The photo on the upper right corner, that's on Shannon Drive looking to the west towards our site. And then the second photo is on Broadmoor looking south down towards Indian Creek. A couple small items just for the council to be aware of. When we went to purchase this property and had it surveyed, we noticed that some of the city's wastewater treatment facility was actually on this property, encroaching. So as part of the rezone, we're going to deed some of that property back over to the city so that all those facilities are on property owned by the city. Wow. Another issue on the south side of the property is we will be constructing a regional pathway along Indian Creek that's an extension of a pathway that's there, and that was at the request of the Parks Department. going to the best interests of the city, which again is a component of our rezone. I've shown this slide to you all before. This is information gathered by TOK Commercial as of January 2022. It shows the industrial vacancy in the city, and the numbers are pretty similar to what they were back in July, which is less than 1% vacancy in Nampa. And we'd want to see that number around 5% to be a healthy market. There really just isn't space for employers or businesses to expand at this point. And our market research shows that we think there's about a need for 3 million square feet per year in the Treasure Valley for the foreseeable future. So there is a huge demand for this. As I mentioned, we are proposing a development agreement tonight. You may have noticed a fairly lengthy document attached to that development agreement. Those were design review standards. And one of the things that we're trying to balance with this project is the fact that it is a large industrial use that is visible from I-84, and while still recognizing it is an industrial use that has some special design and building standards that need to be met. So with our development agreement, we're proposing some modified design review standards that recognize our industrial use. So in your commercial zone, which is what this is today, you do have design review standards. If you vote to rezone this tonight, as we're proposing, there is no longer any design review element. So what our DA would do is say, even though you're zoned industrial, there are going to be some design review component of this, and we've proposed some specific design review standards, working with our architect and your standards as they exist today in the code. And the result of our proposed standard is kind of what you're looking at here. These are elevations of that the north side of phase one. So this would be what you'd be seeing from Interstate 84. Our design review standards still require a lot of facade change elements, varied roof lines, a mix of building materials, all those things you'd typically want to see in design review. But again, just recognizing that this is a much larger building than you'd see in a commercial zone. And we can't do the level of glazing, the glass, that you'd also normally see in commercial just because of the warehousing uses. So again, this is the same facade, so the north side of phase one. This is a 3D rendering. You see the multiple, the facade relief, as well as the multiple colors and the multiple textures to present a really attractive building, we think. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they agreed with our standards. They thought they made sense. Particularly Commissioner Van Acker, who I know has a lot of experience with industrial buildings. He said, yeah, our typical design review standards don't make sense, and we really appreciate what you're trying to do. So as our development agreement is written today, we were only proposing one facade. That northern facade on Interstate 84 have these heightened design review standards. They approved our project, but conditioned it on more of our facades having these design review standards. So everything you see in red there would be subject to this heightened design review. We accepted that condition. We think that that's a great compromise, and we would just ask for your approval again tonight with that same condition as the Planning and Zoning Commission proposed. And I provided a slide here to that end. We basically just included the exact same language that Planning and Zoning did in our decision to make sure that that gets incorporated tonight. I'd stand for any questions, but Srini does want to make a few comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Srini Nukala with LDK Ventures, address 3140 Peacekeeper Way, McClellan Park, Sacramento. A couple clarifications. So it's not 500,000 yards, it's 800,000 yards. In monetary dollars, it's $5 million to move the dirt and a couple more to balance the site and level it before we can consider it shovel ready. And a couple other clarifications. we understand this is going to be the gateway to Nampa, and we are going to deliver a good-looking building. And one of the biggest challenges was the glazing requirement of 25%, which, once again, as Jeff has stated, having an industrial building to have that much glazing is not practical. But at the same time, we can achieve a pseudo glazing requirement by changing the paint pattern, similar to what you guys have seen on Amazon in Nampa, which I built. So we're gonna deliver a good-looking building, and we are kind of excited for this project because we do have good interest. It's a frontage property, and it's gonna not only be the gateway for Nampa, but also a marketing, for us on what we can do and what we can deliver in the market. As Mayor, we have a few hundred acres in the market to develop, so those are the few comments that I wanted to make. And so, respectful of the staff's comments, we proposed a modified development agreement with the Title 10, Chapter 34 design review recommendations, some of which doesn't make sense applicable to the industrial. So we modified it slightly, and I think staff might have a slide on it on what the differences would be. So I just wanted to clarify all those questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Councilwoman Levi.
Yes, I do. And thank you for being attentive to the fact that that is the gateway to the city, because that's been one of my concerns in the past. You mentioned the beet tailings, that you're hauling them off, and just curious minds want to know. So are they good for anything? Where are you hauling them?
Yeah,
And
they're
then
not good
where
for-
is Amalgamated Sugar going to put them in the future?
The last question, I don't know, I don't care. That's my property, so they shouldn't be putting anything on my property. They are organic content about 4.5% to 6%. So they are not suitable for landscaping dirt, nor they are suitable for structural fill dirt. So they're being hauled off to an old pit run site to be backfilled. That's an old pit run site that is no longer getting any aggregate out of it, so we're just gonna fill that out. So Lure Construction, based in Caldwell, they are the contractor hauling up the dirt, so.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question was, what is a beet tailing?
So
I should know this, but I don't.
the process of washing the beets and the pulp from processing, that's what it is. So it's silt, sediment, and pulp.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. That's a lot to move. My goodness. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll have you back as you know the routine. Okay. So Parker, this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The action requested is a zoning map amendment from BC. The original notice had it as a PUD. That was an error by our GIS department, misdrawn shape. So it's from BC to IL. The property is 42 acres, 42 and a half. Surrounding land uses I-84 to the north. The wastewater treatment plant to the south, Norco and Awaken Church to the east, with the Idaho Arts Charter School also over there, and then to the west is ag land. History, this was annexed in 1976 and was zoned to BC originally. We've had a couple pre-application meetings for this property. December, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. With all conditions of staff, with the exception for the last condition, and we will cover that later. Future land use is commercial, and it can be stretched. Industrial designation can be stretched from northeast, north, west, or south. The city utilities, water and sewer are existing. There's a pressure irrigation a distance away. There's a large variety of uses that are available for the IL zone. The IL zone is intended to create, preserve, and enhance areas containing a wide range of manufacturing and related establishments, and it typically has good access to the highway and to rail. In regards to development agreements, I won't cover this as we've had a lengthy discussion on development agreements tonight. So we'll avoid that boredom. The sign code for the IL zone, one thing to note is that wall signs are permitted at 25%. So in a large building such as this, you could have a pretty decent sized wall sign facing the freeway. And I think the intent of this building is to break it down into different leasing spaces. So each space would be broken down. The rezone conclusions of law are those in the staff report. I won't cover those. As stated by the applicant, the Parks Department is requiring a pathway along the Indian Creek. And we're gonna put a condition, recommend a condition that the pathway be installed by the time of occupancy of the building. The typical building comments. One engineering comment to point out is that a traffic study will be required for the development. Staff analysis, the proposed IL zone doesn't fit within the commercial, but it can be stretched. The surrounding land uses are predominantly industrial, with the exception of the Arts Charter School and the church that are adjacent. The proposed industrial land is seen as desirable, as was pointed out by the applicant. There's a large interest in that land use. Regarding the development agreement proposed with the design review elements, there's a number of differences that need to be pointed out in those between our code and the proposed code that would be in the development agreement. The proposed development agreement would only apply to facades adjacent or facing I-84. The Planning and Zoning Commission added some of those facades that would apply to. Our current code applies to all facades at varying degrees. So facades that would be viewed as the primary would have more strict requirements versus the ones that would face just the empty fields, perhaps. Screening, the proposed application, proposed development agreement has no requirement for screening, whereas the current design review requires that mechanical units and trash receptacles be screened. The proposed development agreement has a 5% glazing requirement for the facade facing I-84, where our current requirement is 25 for the primary facades and 0% for other facades. The materials allowed under the proposed development agreement allows unpainted or untextured concrete as an acceptable material. Our materials allowed currently is only painted or textured concrete. That's one difference to point out. The material change under the proposed code, under the proposed development agreement is 60% material change. So they can't have more than 60% in one material. They also added that paint color is an acceptable change. Our current code requires 50% material change for the primary facades and then 70% for other facades. Generally, the planning and the design review committee will allow some paint change, like color banding as an acceptable material change, but that's left up to the committee to make that distinction. The last one would be fencing. There's no restriction on fencing materials in the proposed code. The current code would restrict it to ornamental fencing and only to areas of storage or for screening of mechanical units. The Obviously, the concern there would be chain link fencing, and that's what our design review code would restrict. Several of the buildings in this Broadmoor subdivision have completed design review. The ones across from Broadmoor, as was shown by the applicant. And I have some pictures of those buildings. Those went through design review and were approved by the design review committee because they were partly zoned BC. This also includes the Idaho Arts Charter School, which went through design review. All of the buildings that have completed design review have been analyzed and approved to meet the city code, city standard at that time. So here's some pictures of some industrial related properties that have done design review. I also included a picture of the adjacent church. So the top left corner, that's the Fuller 84 that was approved across the street from Amazon, which is similar to this project that went through design review and was approved. The Ditch Witch on the top right corner, that was recently went through design review and was approved. And then the bottom left is the Broadmoor Business Park. That went through design review 2-3 years ago and was approved.
The Broadmoor Business Park is industrial, and it doesn't appear to have the same standard of design elements that are being proposed. I don't see the varying, I'm not an architect, so I know you could speak to this, Randy, but can you speak to that? Because I think when we hear that design review really doesn't make sense in some of this, to me, that would be an example. Because you don't see the varying elements being required. You've got a long, flat wall that doesn't have any variance in it. Is that correct?
Mayor, that case came in a few years ago. It was when we write staff reports for these design review, we look at all of those elements. Facade changes, the material changes, the changes in roof height. So the staff analyzes all of those requirements and presents it to the committee, and they make a decision. The design review committee can make judgments based on what we present, so they might waive some requirements based on, in this case, the types of uses. The design review committee generally understands that with industrial uses, you can't have glazing. For what's being stored there, it just doesn't make sense. So they kind of make decisions based on what the purpose of those buildings is.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
Just want to add a little bit there. So this was approved before many of us came back to the city. And under the previous staff, this was taken through, but it also was under a previous version of the code that only required design review on one facade, the primary facade. And so now our code is different. It's a little more stringent on some of these other facades. And so you're seeing on the top level there a more characteristic building for our current code rather than the one on the bottom left.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that. I appreciate it. And like the example that was shown is a very pleasing example. This is not, so thank you for explaining why. Thank you.
So as was discussed, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with all conditions of staff except for the last condition, on which the commission amended to say that they would approve with the development agreement submitted by the developer, with the inclusion that design review applied to the east sides of phases 1 and 2 and the north side and south side of phase 3. One thing to note about their decision is that with the development agreement submitted by the developer, it limits the decisions that the design review committee can make. So they can't make the exceptions for if they don't provide the 5% in glazing. They have to meet those conditions. The the committee can't make exceptions. So if they have less glazing, they just need to supply an additional amount of facade features like eyebrows or pop-outs or different features. So with this development agreement, they can't have those liberties. So I'll let Rodney discuss the options before you here.
Madam Mayor and Chair and City Council, I just wanted to highlight a couple of reasons why we are recommending still that we have the full design review requirements and that it go to Design Review Committee. And I think Parker did a really good job in that last statement he made, that Design Review is appointed for this purpose. Right? They look at these conditions and they have to make decisions all the time about glazing and about whether it's appropriate, whether location is appropriate and the use is appropriate. So I just want to go back to these. Again, you can see that there's been some exceptions to glazing for industrial buildings here. These are examples of projects that went from a zone that required design review to a zone that no longer would require design review. But because we required it up front, because it was along a significant corridor for us. In this case, I-84 and other nearby roads. And so we also have the situation where you're accessing this property by way of developments that have had to go through design review to get approved. And then so now you're changing that to a zone that no longer requires design review. Staff's position is that we recommend that they just follow design review just like every other development, and that the design review committee would then be able to waive certain conditions like glazing or whatever it is. That's their duty, that's their responsibility, rather than getting into details in a development agreement about specific things that are allowed versus not allowed, as opposed to our current code. So if we go back to the different options, I guess number one is actually if you decided to do this tonight, you could approve it based on the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. That would incorporate all of the applicant's changes, and it would expand some of that design review to, or those specific conditions to those additional facades that face right-of-way. Okay, so that's really your first option. The second option is which we don't change based on the commission's direction. We stick with our recommendation from the very beginning, and that is to just have design review covered according to our city code, and that they make their arguments and their case with specific elevations to the design review committee. The next one is that you could approve changes to what they've presented and make specific changes. You'd need to put that into your motion though. And then the last one is that you would follow exactly what the applicant has recommended. And so if you approve tonight the recommended or potential motion that we placed on this last screen, you would be approving number 6, which is that it just go through the design review process. And they make their case and that the design review committee review it and look into the details there. Again, if you want to change that, if you want to follow what they have asked for tonight, you'll need to change that condition. And then here are the motion for your consideration. And we are both happy to answer any questions, Parker and I both.
Okay, while you went through that really quickly, I'm trying to think, what was the actual recommendation by Planning and Zoning? Which one of those was what Planning and Zoning actually recommended?
So it would be all of the requested changes that the applicant requested, plus it would be that the east sides of phases 1, 2, and 3, and the north and south sides of phase 3 all go through these same design review requirements that the applicant has requested.
Okay. So I guess for the council, a question would be, and I know we have a public hearing yet to go through, but I think we're going to need to have that one slide back up there because there's too much for us to try to remember which one.
Oh, yes.
Right, we're going through. The options for decision would be, we have a couple different options, so thank you for
Sure.
leaving it up there. So council, do you have questions? Councilman Haverfield.
For Parker. The recommended conditions of approval, it speaks to a traffic impact study that I assume has not been taken on at this point. Is that correct? For Daniel.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the city's traffic impact study policy does not require a traffic impact study at a rezone or an annexation. It requires it at a subdivision plat or building permit. And so prior to issuance of any building permits, we would have the traffic study in hand. They would be required to take on any mitigations that it identifies prior to issuance of a building permit on the site.
So the traffic impact study would be for Shannon Drive, is that correct?
Based on their trip generation would determine the scope of the traffic impact study. It would likely, at a minimum, identify the exits to this site. So probably Shannon and North Side. It may identify Fourth and North Side. And so depending on their traffic generation, that will dictate the scope of it and what intersections they have to look at.
So when I look at the proposed plat, there's just one access point off of Shannon Drive to this parcel. Is that correct? There's no secondary access roads to the site.
That is correct.
So all the other traffic that's generated onto Shannon Drive from Broadmoor development, the school, the church, all of those things are onto Shannon Drive. Is a traffic impact study for all of those uses or just potentially for this one?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the traffic impact study will look at the background traffic, so what is there today and what is approved today, and then add in the traffic generation from this site and identify what mitigations or improvements they are required to do. So it looks at the totality of the traffic, but breaks it down into what was there today and what are we adding.
I just know as far as Liberty Charter School, is it not, Liberty Arts?
Idaho Arts.
Idaho Arts. There's been complaints in the past as far as the amount of traffic that's generated just from the school alone. So how this additional traffic that might be generated to this development, which is obviously an appreciated opportunity, I'm just want to make sure if the traffic impact study states that there needs to be mitigation, what is that? Is there a secondary road potential that has to be developed? Is there a frontage road along the freeway that can be added? What options are there once that study's done?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, so the study is what would identify what those mitigation things are. It's unlikely that a frontage road along the freeway would be. There are existing buildings and structures that would not allow something of that nature to go in. And so I don't know today what those impacts and mitigations would be, but they will be required to identify those and undertake the mitigations that are identified in the traffic impact study.
So approval of this project tonight with the idea that there will be a traffic impact study developed. I'm just wondering, I mean, if that's open-ended, is the developer aware of what potential they might be facing?
That would be a question for the
Okay.
developer.
So maybe you can speak to that afterwards. And then also, is this subject to a floodplain mitigation as well?
There are portions of it on the that are in the Indian Creek floodplain that they will have to deal with. The Indian Creek floodplain is the one that we are currently studying and working with FEMA on reducing, and that it's going well and is promising. The talks we've had with FEMA are promising to be able to reduce that floodplain as we go through their full process.
Because there'd be a lot of surface runoff as far as with this development. So, and again, just capturing that, the amount of landscape area that's being provided, was that defined?
That would be a Parker question, but as for their storm drainage, they will be required to retain it all on site, whether in seepage beds or ponds, that's up to them within their design, but we would review that with their building permits, and it will all be required to be retained on site.
I just know when I developed the plans for Napa Floors on the Mason Creek, the high groundwater created conditions that were hard to work around, but we were able to work around it, but it's just more costly.
I will say that I do not believe the groundwater in this location is as high as it is over there by Mason Creek and the Nampa Floors area that has the Phyllis Canal and Mason Creek influencing it.
Okay.
But they will be required to meet all drainage standards.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can follow
Yes.
up, Daniel, don't go too far. In fact, you might want to sit pretty close. Anyway, traffic study. So educate me, as I always like to be. When is this going to be done? This is 3 phases. So how much traffic, they're going to lease properties is my understanding. How do you know how much traffic there's going to be? Is there going to be ongoing traffic studies, or how does that work? What's the timing?
Mayor, Councilman Bruner, they will be required to have their traffic study in place prior to the issuance of the first building permit. And in that traffic study, they will have to identify the building square footages and anticipated uses for that, for the traffic engineer to.
For all 3 phases?
Yes, for the entire site.
And not knowing who they're leasing to. I mean, that's going to, and then the traffic study will somewhat determine who they can lease to for how much traffic is going in and out of those buildings.
Mayor, Councilman Bruner, as we do traffic impact studies, as the consultants do them, they are looking at generally average traffic generation based on the use types. So they would be looking at industrial uses, using the ITE manuals, which have extensive data on traffic generation, and be using those for those assumptions.
Okay. And just my final question is if those manuals, if they go beyond what the capacity level is for that traffic, then what does the developer have to do?
If they were to come in with a use that was significantly different than what was shown in the traffic impact study, we would require that they update the traffic study to show what the true traffic generation is.
There could be another traffic study done. Okay.
Possibly.
Thanks.
So just a quick question. Jeff, don't we have a signal that's actually being considered at, I don't know if it's actually at 4th Street into North Side? Daniel, you
There
can.
is a signal that we have been working on in plans in conjunction with potentially upgrade of the bridge there over Indian Creek so that we can get the wastewater treatment plant and street department traffic away from the First and North Side intersection, which is at an odd skew and right at the overpass. And so, yes, we have been exploring funding options for that for a number of years. And so we would anticipate that to happen sometime in the future, but don't have a funding date at this point.
And then if I understand correctly, I think Idaho Arts Charter School is actually funneling their traffic through that Broadmoor Way area away from Shannon so that they're circulating their traffic out. And their traffic is at certain times of day. It isn't at all day. It's not all day, but they also are using that other traffic flow out. And so when we get that light in, it's really going to help offset the traffic flow by.
And they have made a number of changes since that Broadmoor Way went out and made the connection so that they can get out at 4th. And that has significantly helped the traffic in that area.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Great, thank
is 4th where TO Engineers' office is?
Correct.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Do we have any other questions before we move to public hearing? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we actually don't have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening or that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicant. I'll let you guys come back, and I know you have some answers to those questions and the discussion that's been going on.
Yeah, the traffic impact study has been completed and approved as of last Friday. So we know the mitigations, and the city is working to finalize those mitigations and what it means to us. So we kind of know that. In terms of access, we had a pre-app meeting few months ago before we even committed to buying this property. And the way we wanted to address the lack of second access is to create a loop for emergency vehicles to cater to that property. And we're also dedicating the right-of-way for a roundabout for end of public access to the entry of the property to the city. So those answers, the access and the traffic impact study. Going back to the conditions of the design review, I actually did go through the entire Chapter 34, and some of them doesn't make sense, with the long lead items. And these are not criteria that you should be, are critical of, but something that we look at, long lead items and the cost of construction, the land basis cost. So all of them collectively doesn't make sense to go through a lengthy design review process. And we do intend to build all this 3 phases close to each other. So we'll be delivering them, potentially all 3 of them in 2023, different quarters. But as an example, glazing is like one of the main points that the staff and us have a difference in opinion about. But screening the mechanical units, the building is going to be 40 feet. You can't see the top of the building, so it doesn't make sense to have any kind of screening. And even if we were to screen, it'll look like boxes on top of the roof anyway, instead of units. Fencing, we won't have any type of fencing installed around the buildings. And it also doesn't make sense for any kind of facade differences or on the dock side where you have multiple docks and on the shorter sides of the buildings. The uses for industrial is going to be light warehousing, so mainly storage and stuff, not manufacturing, which will have a significant amount of people working or anything. So you can't have too much glazing when you're trying to store racks or material, unlike Norco, which went through the design review process. I understand that. Part of that also has a TPO membrane, can be white for the reflectiveness for people driving on the highway, but at the height of 40 feet and the parapet extending the roof line by 5 feet, you don't necessarily get into the situation. So in terms of the groundwater, there is, like Rodney or Brody brought it up, it's low. It's not of any concern. We do have sediment retention ponds designed on the property in the landscape areas. We also applied for the floodplain permit, which got approved because we're not going to have any kind of construction 100 feet from the boundary of the Indian Creek, which would trigger a requirement for a floodplain permit. So we have that in place and approved. So any other questions?
Mayor, so you pretty much answered my question as far as on floodplain then. So your proposed site plan doesn't have any building or site development over the top of the floodplain?
No.
Okay. And then your site retention, so stormwater, is that in the areas between phase 1 and 2 and phase 3?
So there is actually a 42-inch sewer easement that you guys, a 42-inch sewer line that you guys have an easement through that cuts to the property, and that's in between the phase 1, 2, and 3, running in the north-south direction almost. And we don't have any parking or anything situated in that area. But in that light green area is where we will have some sort of retention ponds. We do have the preliminary civil design done, which we are actually raising the site by a couple feet. So based on the haul off, you are digging down anywhere from 25 feet to 3 feet. So that's why you can actually see all the bumps in the site right now. We are actually halfway through. We hauled off about 400,000 yards of bead tailings. We started in October last year. We will need until October this year to complete all the haul off. Then we need to balance the site, level the site, and then bring import to raise the site by a couple feet to accommodate the stormwater design.
So east of phase 3, is that a full access that you're looking for along that side of the building?
Yeah, that's going to be the secondary access. you take a right turn coming off of Shannon Drive onto the property, and then you have a loop that comes at the roundabout and comes out of the site.
But it's not just an emergency access only, it is a full access?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So one other comment that I wanted to make is we actually have been, I actually personally have talked to the church, which they are excited about the development, and we actually have been using dust control mitigations to make sure that none of the dust is settling on the church or impacting the playground that the kids are playing right off the fence adjoining the south boundary. So I even tried to talk to the principal of Idaho Arts Charter School, and they didn't seem to have any concerns of all of the activity that we have ongoing. So we've been pretty cognizant of the dust control measures, tracking mud on Shannon Drive. So, yeah.
Thank you. It's because you have kids. Yeah. Right. Are there any other questions? Okay.
So the one last comment I wanted to make is we would like to have some certainty. I mean, we are spending about $10 million just to have the ground shovel ready. And we don't want to have the uncertainty of how the design review is going to go, just from a lot of different factors that we as a developer are concerned. We did have a back and forth. The Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended it. We had a healthy discussion about all of the variances that we are proposing compared to the Chapter 34 requirements. So I would request you guys to consider that, making your decision.
The recommendation made by Planning and Zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for our applicant before we close public hearing?
I have one for staff.
One for staff?
Rodney
Okay.
can come back up.
Go ahead, Rodney.
So as far as the design review component of this, since if we allow the change to a light industrial, which doesn't require a design review, but we do want them to have a design review standard, that the dictation of that, I guess it handcuffs the Design Review Commission on what they can
It does.
and cannot do.
That's correct.
What's in the packet is that they just go through the regular process with design review. Sounds like the applicant would not prefer to have that happen
Right.
because of the uncertainty of it. So
Yeah.
if we do follow one of the leads that you've given us, does that give them the certainty, I guess, that they're looking for? Or is there still some room for, I guess, the Design Review Commission to make recommendations that might not be in their best interest?
Yeah, I mean, you've summarized it very well. I think that the certainty they're looking for it's a valid concern. And I think if you go back one slide, yeah, this is the recommendation from Planning and Zoning. This gives them more certainty, but it's their requirements. They've recommended changes to our design review chapter of our code. And then, Parker, if you go to the next one there, the one that we recommended originally and just haven't changed it is the first one, stating that they just go through the design review requirements and go through the design review committee to get waivers for glazing or whatever it is. That's more uncertainty, definitely. The next one is, you could provide some changes to what they've requested and provide some certainty right now. And I guess I would defer to them for how much certainty they want.
If
but
you back up a slide, is that the,
Go back one slide, yeah. That's the recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission.
that's all I need? The other ones are just confusing me.
I was going to say, I feel the same. Yeah, I think we all do. We're all like, it's confusing.
Especially it's code, whatever, color coded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, yes, would you like to comment?
Madam Mayor, Council, I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to clarify one thing, Councilmember Haverfield. We're proposing some modifications to the standards, not really to the process. So what we've changed in the code with respect to glazing and screening to reflect the industrial nature doesn't change the fact that we still are going to go to design review and they have the ability to make some tweaks so long as they fit within the parameters that we're proposing.
Yeah, we're just giving them some borders to work with, it sounds like is what you're asking for. Not just the full broad exposure that they can bring to any type of decision. We just want to give them those guardrails, is what I hear.
Mayor Kling, Councilmember Haverfield, that's correct. And yeah, frankly, you know, what we're hearing is you'll probably get a waiver. You know, other people have gotten a waiver. And if that's the case, we'd rather just set the standard now that we're all comfortable with, and then let them make the nuanced decisions that we all agree design review's entitled to. Thank you.
So, Mayor, Ronnie, I just want to address something you said there. I don't think that it gives the commission or the committee any flexibility except for what is in the design review standards that are approved for design review, or in the DA that you're going to approve if you approve this. They have to either say, yes, it meets the DA, or no, it does not meet the DA. The standards in our Chapter 34 have some flexibility, and they could waive some things based on the specific conditions of the property. Maybe it's 7% glazing instead of 25, or maybe it's 5%, depending on what they present and what the committee reviews based on materials and full elevations. They look into this in a lot of detail. So I just want to make sure that's clear that a development agreement will lock this into place. Whatever those standards are, that's what the design review committee will review and either say, yes, they meet those conditions, or no, they do not.
Okay, so I think you presented a template of what you were looking at doing. Is that correct?
Yes, we actually do have the elevations done.
Could we go back and look at those?
The elevation actually has been completed for the phase 1. That's the breakdown. So we actually have 6.6% actual glass, and what we're proposing is with the paint pattern that you can actually see, that's a 20% peppercorn alternative glass. So it gives you the, perception of fox glass, for lack of better words, fog glass.
And then when you go back to your other, that is close.
That is the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
This
it's the
is
rendering.
truly the rendering of
Yeah.
what it would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we actually have the layout of the building, the elevations complete. It's just like processing them through the CDs, tightening up some of the details. But we do have the elevations. So we were prepared with the elevations. I think there should be another elevation with the docks. We don't have that. Yeah, okay, yeah. But on the south side, we also have the docks indicated, like 60 docks. So we have the elevations complete as well, which we can include those. We actually worked on with the design team to come up with this material breakdown specifically for addressing the design review variants that the city and we have in terms of interpretation.
Yes.
So you mentioned 6-foot parapets.
3 to 5. I mean, there should be a break in the height of the walls for every 100 feet is one of the requirements in the design review.
Be at those bump ups.
Yeah, you can actually see like, it actually has like 2 feet difference, I believe, 1 to 2 feet break.
Are you looking at a tilt-up wall? Or
Yes, these are all going to be tilt-up walls. So one of the, yeah,
What are the height of the panels?
40 feet above ground, so 42 from the footing.
Okay, and there's no issues as far as from planning and zoning with the height of those panels, I assume?
Not any comment, but, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask Rodney one last question then, if he wants to come back up. The fact that they have a design review element already here, why aren't we just approving that at this point? Or do we still need to go back before design review?
You definitely could approve that, and you could put in the DA that, that they meet these conditions and that they don't go through design review, if that's your wish.
Well, I mean, if this exhibit meets the general requirements of our design review, why burden them with something that they're going to be questioning our judgment on anyway. Why not we just go ahead and make a decision based upon what we're seeing tonight?
You definitely could. I would say that these don't meet the current design review
They
standards.
don't, because it's not,
Right.
but this isn't a BC zone.
It is currently a BC zone.
Well, I mean, where they're asking for a light industrial. So if you
Correct,
grant the light
yeah.
industrial,
Yeah, you have
Right.
flexibility to do that, yeah.
Okay.
thanks.
All right. I think I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Fourth.
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion.
I need a full disclosure on this. I don't think Jacob's going to support this because it ruined his duck hunting. Goose hunting.
Okay, what is the will of the council?
Yeah, where are those geese gonna go?
Councilman Haverfield, let's make a motion, okay?
Oh, well, thank you.
Why we elected you.
Yeah. First off, I really appreciate the fact that you're taking on that piece of ground, because I knew there was a lot of remediation that was necessary there. Great visibility from the freeway, though. I think you're gonna find that. I was concerned about the amount of traffic that would be generated back to that corner with the other uses that are already there. So, you know, with the traffic study that you've had done, and working with our fine staff, Public Works, I guess we've been given we've given the go as far as in that regard. So I would make the motion to grant the zoning map amendment from BC to IL. And the development agreement would be including the items listed in our staff report, although I'd need to have that slide back up on the screen there because the development agreement language, as far as recommended conditions of approval, didn't include that language. And you guys are okay with that language, I assume? So that I would want to make sure that it included this language. But furthermore, I think my motion would include that rather than have this go before the Design Review Commission, that we just accept the presentation that we received tonight as far as of the building elevations as stated on the east sides of Phase 1 and 2 and 3 and the north and south sides of Phase 3, so that the freeway side and the school side and the east side of the buildings would be sensitive to design review elements as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and
All the
seconded.
conditions of approval have been,
Yes, all conditions of approval along with this language being added. Although I'm not sure that this is necessary if we are going to go ahead and approve the design presentation tonight. So I guess I would need Rodney's say, you know, as far as his insight as far as whether that's needed now.
I don't know, but I think it would be just cleanest to include it just in case.
Okay?
I don't think we've seen all elevations, we've just seen the one elevation tonight. And so as long as this is included in there, I think we can apply it to all the elevations that are listed from the
So
commission.
would my motion need to include that it comes back before the design review commission then?
No,
Just staff.
that staff would review it for compliance with the approval and this condition here, yeah.
Okay. That'd be my motion then. That staff would include the review of the other elevations to meet this standard that we've accepted tonight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Turner?
yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you. Sharini, it is so good to have you. I don't know if you guys know that he built the Amazon building, but he chose to live in Nampa and decided he wanted to stay here with his family. And your wife influenced this just a little bit, which is awesome. It's great to have you here. And it's clearly evident that you know what you're doing, that you guys have done your homework, that you've reviewed everything. And I just want to say thank you for your work. Thank you for the excellence in what you do. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
So Mayor,
Both.
I'm
Yes.
just curious, where did you live before? Where did you choose to leave?
Long story, 10 states in 10 years, build.
Where?
10 states in 10 years.
I built 5 of those Amazons. Power plant, steel plant.
So you're gonna stay here and build, but no more Amazons?
No, I don't want to be associated with Amazon. I can build it in my sleep, but.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. To those of you waiting, it's been a long night, and thank you for your patience as we work through so many of these and give serious consideration to each one of them. So I apologize. The good news is we have from 5 instead of 7. So we're on number 5 right now, I believe, yes. So this is action item 6.5 on the agenda. This is a zoning map amendment from community business to RS 8.5 and a subdivision preliminary plat for Stevens Place subdivision at 0 Iowa Avenue. And this is for Patrick Colwell with TO Engineers representing Blackhawk Investments. So who is our applicant this evening? Good evening. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Pat Caldwell, TO Engineers, 332 Broadmoor Way, Nampa. I think ours is a little simpler than the last couple, hopefully. So we've got 6 1/4 acres on the northwest corner of Middleton and Iowa. It's an infill project, as you were mentioning earlier. We have existing sewer, water, and pressurized irrigation all next to the property. It'll all be to standard RS 8.5, which we brought this project about 6 or 8 months earlier. The council and neighbors said we'd like to see RS 8.5 with some commercial in the corner. So this is RS 8.5 with some commercial in the corner. The frontages will all be improved with brand new sidewalk. That was another comment that I saw in the staff report, with some of the neighbors had concerns about that. They'll both be full concrete sidewalks on both frontages. The access points will be in the middle of the properties, both on Iowa and Middleton. It's a little tight, so there's kind of limited areas where you can do that. That's about the only place where we actually meet city standard, is where they're drawn right now. And it also separates the commercial traffic from the residential traffic. Stormwater will be kept on site. Everything will be done to city standard. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Patrick, when this originally came before us, and it was a BC, and maybe it's no longer allowed, is Christie still here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. PUD was allowed, as far as in a BC zone, to allow something specifically like this, where we didn't have to, it was an approved use. So I guess my question might be to staff or you, but the direction you're going is much more in line with that approach. So I was wondering why the rezone request and not just going forward with the BC with a PUD? Unless it's no longer.
As far as the mechanism of how to get here, I don't know if there's really much of a difference one way or the other. We just got the impression that everybody wanted 8.5 and commercial in the corner, so that's kind of what we brought back.
Okay.
And this seemed to be the most direct route.
So that might be a question for staff. And Christie's the one that's presenting, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. As you know, we'll have you come back.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Tall people. I'm not tall. All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. The request before you tonight is for a zoning map amendment from BC to RS 8.5 for a portion of this corner property located at Iowa and Middleton. The surrounding properties, north, south, and west, are RS 8.5 with the Carriage Hill North subdivision, and to the east, which is BC and is vacant property currently. This property was annexed and zoned to RA in July of 2002. In July of 2004, a portion of it was then rezoned from rezoned to BC with a development agreement. And then it became Carriage Hill to the north and west of it. In July of 2021, they proposed a rezone to RD with a preliminary plat for duplex-style townhomes. That was denied. And in December of 2021, P&Z recommended this project to be approved by this board. City utilities are available, and they will be required to construct utilities to and through the property following the city's master plan. The fire department stated that it is 3.4 miles from Station 4 with a 9-minute response time, and the police department stated that it is 4 miles from the closest police station. So in your staff report, it states the applicable regulations for determining the criteria for a rezone. For the traffic analysis for this project, frontage road improvements will be required on Iowa and Middleton. A roundabout is planned in the future for Iowa and Middleton intersection. A traffic impact study is not warranted for these 17 residential lots. The proposed site access off Iowa and Middleton does meet the city's access management policy for spacing, and they are more than 300 feet away from that intersection. Additional access onto West Iowa and Middleton Road will not be allowed for the commercial portion of the lot. So what they're showing is all that they will be able to have. We received some public input, which you received in your staff report packet and via email. And I think some were put in front of you this evening. These comments include general support for this layout with concern over the access onto Iowa, traffic, sidewalks on Iowa, and water shortages. Other city departments that submitted comment was the building department in regards to Title IV regulations, our engineering department with their standard code requirements, and police and fire. So the future land use designation on this property is actually commercial, but it does abut the medium density residential, which can be stretched onto this property. The RS 8.5 zoning district allows for single family residential development. The density in Stevens Place is a gross density of 2.72, which is down from their previously proposed project, which was 5.76. A medium density does require 2.51 to 8 dwelling units, so the 2.72 fits within that range. The schools for this development include Nampa High School, which is 2 miles away, Lone Star Middle School, which is 1 mile away, and Owyhee Elementary School, which is 827 feet away. The project proposes to rezone 5.6 acres from BC to RS 8.5, leaving 1.1 acres as the BC zone. This project can be assumed to promote orderly development with this mixed-use proposal. To answer your question, Councilman Haberfield, a PUD probably would work. We have run into problems with lending institutions. Having a zone, a commercial zone on a residential property causes them a little bit of anxiety.
So did we change that in the code?
Well, you can do a commercial PUD. We don't actually have a PUD line in our code.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Christie, I just know that in a BC zone, there was housing allowed, but it was limited to 20, I can't remember what the percentage was, but last time I mentioned that to you, you said that that was going to be changing with the code changes.
And it did.
Did it?
Yeah, so in Chapter 3, which is our schedule of allowed uses, we just took the PUD requirement out because you can technically do a PUD in any zone. And with BC, you can get a conditional use permit for multifamily. If you wanted to do a full-on PUD for a mix of uses, you could technically do that. But it does cause a little bit of heartburn for financial institutions when you've got a commercial zone property and a single-family home.
I won't ask that question again.
So because this is being constructed in an RS 8.5 zone, standard building lot shall exceed 8,500 square feet in area. The smallest standard building lot is proposed at 8,503. They are required to dedicate a certain portion of frontage along Iowa. The city arborist has reviewed and approved the landscape plan. For projects under 5 acres, 10% qualified open space is required. They are proposing 10.14%. And as far as fiscal impact for the city goes, with 17 residential and 2 commercial lots, this does appear to be a positive tax revenue for the city. So these are the suggested conditions of approval based on the comments that were provided from the other departments and any others that you may see fit to impose on this project this evening. And there is your potential motion. I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move to public hearings, and I'm sure we'll have some at
Thank
the
you.
end. Okay, we do have 4 people signed up this evening.
Greg Newcomb?
Hi, Greg. Go ahead and come forward. So as each of you come forward, share your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Greg Newcomb. I live on 12550 South Carriage Hill Way. And I'm just on the understanding of the development that the current asphalt path and that area from the development to Iowa Street was going to remain the same. And that's kind of, it doesn't match anything in any other subdivisions in that area. Everybody has done landscaping and sidewalks to the streets that surround all the subdivisions. That was my concern. And the other concern was the safety with just one entrance to the housing area on Iowa, because it's pretty narrow right there. The street's narrow, and it's close to 2 other main intersections. So those were my 2 concerns that I have.
Thank you for sharing those. Thank you very much. The next person?
Slobodan Stoyanov?
Okay. And, well, go ahead and come forward. Thank you so much. It's only for those online and for the audio. It gets recorded if you're in the mic. So, thank you.
Sorry. My name is Slobodan Stevanovic. I live on 11244 West Rosette Drive in Carriage Hill community. So I support this building, and I think the builder already mentioned that they're going to build concrete around it. So, and I hope that they will do the design around the community to fit like the rest of the communities. And I hope they build something in that commercial thing so we don't need to come back. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Cheryl Higley.
It's been a while, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's good to see you again. It's been a long time. Well, I do have a question that I'm fully in support of this project. We're very thankful to the developer for this new proposal, and we commend him for his conscientious effort to have the development be compatible with and agreeable to the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. One of my concerns was the sidewalk, and I just want to double check, because Christy mentioned road improvements. Does that include curb and gutter and sidewalks? And widening of the road?
So according to the engineering,
Can you
And
pause
the
my time,
the applicant will come forward. If you're taking note of these questions, go ahead and address them when you come back at the end.
Well,
Thank
but
you.
then I don't have a chance to respond.
Oh, okay.
Can I have him answer now? And I'll step away.
That's not how it works.
No, but we will have him, go ahead and share what you're wanting to share, if you would.
Okay, well then I'll just give my full presentation as I would have, as though it wasn't going to be done, because I want to make sure to show you why I think it should be done.
Okay.
The curb and the
If you can
gutter.
shorten it, you only have 3 minutes is the only
Oh,
challenge.
and my husband is willing to yield his time to me.
Okay, thank you. You're so good at this.
No,
Thank
not
you.
really. Okay, pause my time, please, while I hand this to Christy. Oh, good, it worked this time. Okay, so there's 2 concerns that I have regarding this project. And the first one is lack of street improvements on Iowa Avenue and the asphalt walkway to remain as is, which is what was said in the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that's why everybody's reiterating that. First, we would ask that Iowa Avenue be widened and a curb, gutter, and concrete sidewalk be installed so that Stevens Place will have a finished perimeter similar to all the other neighborhoods lining Iowa Avenue that were completed after being annexed into the city, including Carriage Hill the Ridge, Carriage Hill North, Carriage Hill West, Hunters Point, as well as Red Hawk Golf Course. Second, a hazardous condition currently exists at the northwest corner of Middleton and Iowa, where the Stevens Place project is proposed. And so this first slide shows, this was taken at the intersection of Middleton and Iowa facing south. Stevens Place is on the right with the asphalt pathway shown in the lower right. Notice the arrows for the stop line and the edge of the roadway for Iowa Avenue. As you can see, there is a significant distance between the two. It's approximately 30 feet. This is an unusually long distance to travel forward before negotiating a right turn. Slide 2, please. Okay, this photo is of the same intersection, only this time facing east. Notice the arrows for the stop line and the car on the gravel. This car is not on the road. Herein lies the hazard for drivers as well as for pedestrians. Because of the 30 feet distance between the stop line and the roadway edge, cars frequently turn right at this corner and inadvertently wind up on the gravel and the pedestrian pathway. A widened road along with a curb, gutter, and sidewalk is critical to provide a safer route for drivers and especially for the children who walk to school from our neighborhoods, as well as any other pedestrians who use the pathway. The developer will also benefit from these improvements, as it will make his subdivision more appealing to prospective buyers. Please make this a condition of approval. Okay, number 2 is the exit onto Iowa Avenue. There's only one exit from Stevens Place onto Iowa Avenue, which is a 2-lane road with no turn lanes. Slide number 3, please. This exit is in close proximity, as you can see on the slide, to the intersection of South Carriage Hill Way and Iowa Avenue, which is also the location where the school buses stop to pick up and drop off children in our neighborhoods. And the school bus is depicted by the yellow mark. Slide number 4, please. The backup of traffic, as shown in this slide, will lead to the exit from Stevens Place being blocked several times a day. This fact, coupled with the slope of the road to the west and the heavy traffic going to and from Red Hawk Golf Course and Lake Lowell in the spring and summer, will make exiting quite challenging and perhaps even hazardous, as all future residents in Stevens Place will predominantly be making a left out of the subdivision, as all schools, all shopping, all goods and services are east and or north, which would require a left-hand turn onto Iowa Avenue. It would have been preferable to have the one exit or a secondary exit onto Middleton Road, where a center turn lane already exists for the entire block and would provide safer and easier access. A good solution would be to combine the entry to Stevens Place with the entry to the commercial business area, such as the one on South Miller Way, which provides a beautiful entry to the neighborhood, as well as easy access to the Chevron station located at Middleton Road and Iowa Avenue. Please give these concerns and the proposed solutions your serious consideration, as we believe they will make this great project even better. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Cheryl. Without showing bias, I really appreciate you going ahead and showing what you showed, because that was good, important information. So thank you for doing so. Thank you. Is that it?
That's it. The only other one he had was Bob Higley, and I believe he ceded his time to Cheryl.
There is someone online as well.
There is?
Paul
Okay.
Haskew.
Perfect. Mr. Haskew, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name again and your address, and we look forward to hearing from you.
My name is Paul Haskew. My address is 12325 Landau Way. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for giving us these opportunities to speak. And I also want to thank the developer of this neighborhood for taking the time to listen to all these asks and questions and and concerns that neighbors have. I'm grateful to know that the frontages will be improved on both Middleton and also Iowa. I have a question about that frontage improvement, which goes back to the other comments that were made. Will there be landscaping improvements similar to what is up the street for Carriage Hill North in that swale area? And also, will the road itself be extended out to that edge of that curb and gutter? The other question that I had was, which particular lots are you utilizing for any sort of play or recreation activities in this particular neighborhood? I noticed that there's none of those types of things there. There have been concerns brought previously for other neighborhoods about individuals going and using the surrounding neighborhood playgrounds and things, and the liabilities for those. So those are the questions and concerns that I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? And is that all that we had online? Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to testify? Seeing none, this is our opportunity. Thank you, Pat, for coming back and answering some of these questions that you heard.
No problem.
Thank you.
So the first question was the asphalt pathway, and yes, that's going to be replaced with with concrete sidewalk on both Middleton and Iowa. So I think that covers the first two folks. The next one was, so the engineering department has asked us to put sidewalk on both of those, but not curb, gutter, and asphalt because they're planning a roundabout in that area. So rather than build something that then would cost the city money to rip out later, they asked us to leave it as is, take care of the drainage, improve basically the borrow ditches on either side, but leave that alone, just do the sidewalk so that when they build the roundabout up to it, they've already got the sidewalk there.
Do you know how long before that roundabout? I know this is maybe, did you guys have a discussion about that, or?
I don't think it's scheduled yet, but I don't know. I haven't talked to Daniel about it in
Okay.
a few months, so I don't know if things
So
have
we
changed.
can ask, okay.
As far as the access locations, we're really kind of hamstrung because this is an infill project and everybody likes infill projects, but you're also, by definition, working with what's already out there. And our accesses right now on Middleton are halfway between Iowa and Victoria, and our access off of Iowa is halfway between Middleton and, I think it's Carriage Hill, right there. So it's as close as we can get to meeting all the city requirements. And so we've been working with the engineering department to do that, just to get the accesses in the best place we possibly can, while keeping the commercial traffic separate from the residential traffic. Landscaping improvements, yes, we are going to do landscaping improvements. We've already submitted a preliminary plan, and that's been accepted by the city arborist and planning and zoning, and we'll finalize that during construction plans for the actual landscaping plan. There is an open space lot. As Christy mentioned, we do meet the 10% requirement for that. So it's the lot that has the sidewalk going through it. My eyes are kind of going, is that lot 10, 12? 13. Thank you. That's lot 13 right there. It's the open space lot, and then we have the buffering around all of the residential areas also. That will be the landscaped area. And I think that was the questions, but I'll stand for any others.
Council, do you have any other questions at this time?
I do, Mayor.
Yes.
So, Pat, right? Pat Caldwell, right? Yeah,
Yes.
so will the road be widened?
No.
Okay. Now what?
Which road are you referring to?
It's going to be closer to the gravel. I guess the right turn lane on Middleton, right?
Correct. I was a little bit unsure about that question. I don't know if we're just supposed to move the stop bar forward, and that's something that we can talk about with the engineering department to see if they want that stop bar moved forward so that it's closer to the turn. We'd be happy to work with them on
Okay,
that.
that's the condition you're going to go ahead and just check into before.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mayor. Pat, the commercial access, is that a full access?
It's whatever the city wants to give us. I would anticipate it might be a full access until it becomes
Not a full
an issue or not a full access. And once the roundabout goes in, I would anticipate that to be a right in, right out, because it won't need to be a full access, because you'll be able to turn right, swing around, and go back.
Yeah, I guess that would be true. Right. Thank you.
So I'm not sure how, Paul Haskew had an additional question. It's in the chat. And so I don't know if Christie, his question had to do with the fact that we're requiring a roundabout, or that there will be a roundabout there, and concern about the visibility in vehicles that don't stop rather than a light and a crosswalk. And so maybe when you're done, we can come back and address that, if that's going to be a roundabout, because that isn't something you've dictated at all, right? You're responding to the city.
Correct.
Okay. We may have you come back if we address something that you need to come back and address, just out of fairness. But thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for staff, this would be Daniel or Jeff. Do you have any follow-up? And then there's the question about the safety in the roundabout. And
Sorry, I was talking to Jeff. So the road widening question, our current city code does not require them to put in curb gutter and road widening. That is something we are looking at potentially changing, but that is not how the code is written today. So their only responsibility under the current code would be to install the sidewalk as they've discussed. The roundabout timing, that intersection is not on our current CIP, and so it is a ways down in the future. As we look at our funding each year and what we're able to build, we look at those and prioritize those intersections that have the greatest needs. And so that would come forward at the time when it is a priority need for the transportation system. Let me look and read the. So we've talked a lot about pedestrian safety at roundabouts as we've looked at these. For all of our current roundabout designs, we are installing rapid flashing beacons at all of the crossings to allow for the motorists coming around the circle to be notified that a pedestrian is in that area and that they are crossing. And so that is how we are dealing with those. And that's the method that we've found to design safe pedestrian access through the roundabouts. Jeff, do you have any other comment on that? No? Okay. All right. So
thank you.
Any other questions?
I knew you would have the answers to that, so thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Daniel, you might remind the council how many lots it takes to have a secondary entrance provided?
So that's actually under the fire code. And so in order to require a secondary access, it needs to have more than 29 units. So once you have 30 units, single-family residential units, that triggers the requirement for a secondary access. So the fire code would not require a secondary access for the number of units that is proposed in this development.
Okay.
Thank
Mayor-
you.
Mayor Glenn?
Yes.
Yes. So confirm that this development is not going to have curb or landscaping along Iowa?
They will be required, they do have landscape buffers and that they are required to put in. The city code, as it currently stands, does not require curb, gutter, and pavement widening on this development. It just requires the installation of the sidewalk as well as the landscape buffering that's required under the subdivision code.
Well, follow up, Mayor. One of the things I was concerned with is when you turn on to, like Cheryl's video said, when you're southbound on Middleton, you approach Iowa, vehicles are turning right from the gravel. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Because the roundabout is not going to be in there for what, a long time now, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, we can certainly look at that with our traffic division and see what can be done to mitigate that. I will say that I've been through that intersection a number of times recently and have not necessarily seen anything that makes me concerned over the configuration of those lanes and that turning movement. But we can certainly take a look at that as a city staff and see if there are things that can be done to mitigate that. But I have not seen anything that from a city staff perspective that I would find concerning.
I have, and I'm concerned about it. So, yeah, good. If you could take a look at it, I'd appreciate it.
We can.
Mayor, just a quick question. What's the width of the sidewalks we're putting in? Or having them put in, I should say.
They are typically a 5-foot sidewalk.
So that's what the requirement would be, at least a minimum of 5 feet.
Yep. We are looking at updating our standards and maybe looking at changes to those, but that's what I would expect to see here.
And that's currently what's there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Councilman Haverfield?
The landscape buffer along on Middleton and Iowa, is that 20 or 25 feet?
25.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff or the applicant at this time? Thank you, Daniel. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Me?
Yours.
Mayor, I think this is a tremendous improvement over what we saw the last time on this corner. And I am in support of passing a motion to allow the zoning map amendment from BC to RS 8.5 with this plat as presented to us tonight for Stevens Place subdivision with conditions of approval as listed in our staff report.
I'll second that, Mayor.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
I would just like to say thank you so much. You have listened to a lot of suggestions. Thank you for being willing to accommodate. It's tough when it's an infill like this, and thank you for staying so late tonight. We appreciate how much you all listened. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so we are ready to move on to item, do we need a break, council? I know it's, okay, we're good, okay. So we're,
Speaking for you. You don't need a break.
Okay.
You're young. No, I said no.
we're ready to move on to item 6.6 on the agenda, and this is to consider increases in irrigation rates and irrigation hookup fees by an overall amount in excess of the 5% for operations, maintenance, and systematic replacement of supply and infrastructure in order to continue to provide continuous and reliable utility services. Needless to say, we are the applicant. And thank you so much, guys, for staying late tonight. David and Sharon, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, Tom?
Mayor, before
Yes.
he starts, and I interrupt, I know, but, so.
Thank you.
ARPA, this is maintenance. This is not for growth, or is it both?
This, Counselor, this is for maintenance.
So ARPA funds would be available for this?
No, Counselor, they're not for irrigation.
Okay.
Wastewater and domestic water,
Just-
yes.
So irrigation is not included in that? That's what I
The
need
way we read it so
clarification.
far, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for being here tonight. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Yeah, I'm done interrupting.
Okay. All right, well, good evening, council, again. So we handed out some PowerPoints at the bench. We've made some changes to the presentation based on some comments from our board member for the appraisers, Mr. Peterson. So, so we're gonna, the presentation I'm gonna show is actually the one you're seeing on the bench there. Before I do that, I would like to introduce Heather Tafoya, and she's Jake's replacement. And so she's very excited to have this opportunity, and we're glad to have her. She's doing a great job. And I'll do the presentation, but I may need to refer to her if we get into some real detailed questions. So anyway, I just wanted you to meet her, and we're glad to have her on our team.
So Mayor and Tom, how many days?
It's been a month.
So you, in 30 days, and you still like these guys, that's okay. You're a keeper.
You'll tell them how long you've been working here.
Well, I've been with the city for 8 years. I started out in wastewater, and I've been with Public Works for 4 years.
Okay, so you're used to them.
She knew them all in advance, and she chose to do it. Thank you, Heather. Thank you.
Not used to you yet.
Not many are. Just ask my wife of 45 years, she's still not used to it.
All right. Okay, so we'll go through this presentation and stop me if you have any questions. So just some of the background information here. So we have a pressurized irrigation system. We've got 3 irrigation districts: Nampa, Meridian, Pioneer, and Boise Cuna, and over 54 million gallons of irrigation water a year. So we're doing all this for our customers. We want to give good service, and we want to keep the water flowing and not have the pipes be broken. We want to be able to have clean water with our filtration systems and enough water quantity to serve. So that's why we're doing this. This is, and it takes funding to do that. So sometimes customers only think about the irrigation when something goes wrong or breaks, but we're here to try to come up with a funding plan to maintain a level of service. So some of the things that are different, so we did do a irrigation master plan back in 2014. There were some things that were not included in that original study, which are one of the reasons we're asking for some of these increases. And that is, one of them is culvert replacements. So we've got some large culverts that carry drain water or canal water underneath our roads. Those are, we go and do inspections on all of those once every 7 years. We're seeing an increase of the number that needs to be replaced. So that's, every year now we've been replacing a major culvert at about 500,000 a year. That was not anticipated in the original plan. Also growth. Original plan, we did not anticipate having to put in or fund a regional pump station every year. It was every other year, but the reality is with the growth, it's every year. That particular issue will be addressed in the utility impact fee when we bring that forward later this next couple months. And then another thing, so we developed this plan for the ultimate goal, which is 5 miles of pipe replacement a year, which is 1% of the total mileage. In previous requests that we bring forward, we were only at 1 mile. So, but we know that 1 mile is not sustainable with some of the age of the pipes that we're seeing in the ground.
Mayor, did you say that the regional irrigation station was impact fee eligible?
That's correct, Councilor Haverfield, yes.
Thank you.
This is just some data that talks about the use of rates for maintenance. So our goal is to maintain pipes. So about the key things to know on this slide are 24% of the irrigation pipes will be at their useful life in 2040, which is less than 20 years from now. Our goal is to replace 5 miles per year. And right now we're replacing 1. We are seeing generally increase of irrigation breaks. So We've had 90 breaks from 2016 to 20. Also, just, I don't recall if we've mentioned this, we do see more breaks in our irrigation system than domestic system, and that's because of the, some of the quality of construction during the 70s and 80s was not where it should be. We also had the pipe type is not holding up quite as long as we would like, and also the fact that you pressurize it, depressurize it, pressurize it, depressurize it, that puts more wear and tear on the pipe than like a domestic pipe that always has pressure in it. So we do, that's the reason we see more irrigation breaks. So here's some math to kind of back up the 5 mile a year goal request. So 503 miles, 24% of that was built in the 70s and 80s, and those are the pipes that I mentioned we're having problems with breaks because of the quality construction and the type of pipe. If we try to replace all of them in 20 years, that would be 6 miles a year. We're asking for 5 to try to get close to that goal.
Mayor Kling. So do you pre-purchase any of the pipe and stockpile it? Knowing that you have that much that you need to replace, I mean, with the escalating costs of pipe and all the other things that the construction industry is facing.
Right.
Is there a way of pre-purchasing this, stockpiling it? Then, are you doing that already?
Yeah, Councilor Haverfield, we did pre-purchase some this year, and just for that fact, because of the supply and demand and the cost. And we didn't purchase 5 miles worth of pipe because we don't have funding to put that in today. We just purchased what we needed for this year's projects.
1 year?
Yeah. Okay. So this next slide here. So when we did the 2014 cost of service study, we did also come up with a rate increase recommendation. You can see on the top one, there was a pretty large increase in 2016 of 58%. You may recall that if you were on the council. And then after that, we were going to do CPI indexes. So 4.5% is what the plan said. So what we're proposing today, and the Board of Appraisers is helping us determine, is we don't want to see another 58% increase in 1 year. And so we want to try to keep up with the cost of materials, the cost of labor, and what needs to happen for the level of service. So that's part of a lot of the discussion we've had with the board. So on the bottom, you can see what's actually been approved. And just also note that that's 8% less than what was originally proposed back in the cost of service study. So this is our fund balance graph. It shows, if we were just to do a 6% increase and then have a 3% after that, what it would look like. It shows that we're going to go below fund balance, and mainly because we're trying to get 5 miles of pipe and we're not able to get it in. Also, you'll see in some other slides, we have some baseline costs that we need to cover for the underlying irrigation district, and then just to maintain the system itself and pay our employees. So with all that, looking at, we don't see the data doesn't support a customer refund, which was one of the topics that was brought up when water went off a few weeks early last year. So this is your list of different things that all the customers will get with these rates. And so we've got all these pump stations, and the estimated life of those are 10 years. And I'm just listing off the data here on how much each one of these costs. You can see that it adds up pretty quickly. I'm not going to go through all of these line by line for interest of time, but you can see that these are costs that happen regardless of water being in the pipes or not. And then we're trying to get, the big number is changed is the second box here, where we're trying to get to 5 miles of pipe replacement. We're only at 1, it's $1.5 million per mile, so we're short $7.5 million per year in revenue for the pipe replacements. These costs are also a cost regardless of, these are the irrigation district fees for the underlying district that we pay. You can see that Nampa, Meridian, Pioneer are our largest customer for the city. So this is about 11% of our total cost is just on these underlying fees.
So Mayor, quick question on that. So regardless of the length of irrigation time, these are a fixed cost.
Right, it's the right to be able to use the water. It's not a guarantee that the water will be there. You know, of course, we work with them as much as possible to maximize it, but that's.
And that's what our citizens have a struggle understanding, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to run through a few scenarios here. And then we'll land on we'll talk a little bit more in depth about the recommendation from the Board of Appraisers. So prior to the last meeting, they had recommended a 6% rate increase. And when we looked at that actual CPI, the cost of materials in the region in the western United States, it was a 13.7%. So they said, well, that 6% is probably not very accurate, at least if you're trying to keep up with the cost of materials. And, you know, we are seeing some of our bids come in at about, you know, around that 13 to 20% over what we anticipated in just a 1-year cycle. So that CPI actually does seem real, at least in this area. So Heather ran all the numbers. She put in 5 miles of pipe replacement and also assumed that the utility impact fee would be approved. And that's about $1 million a year in additional revenue. But we're still not able to meet the goal, which is a 6%. These clouded areas are just really unknown at this point until we come back, until a decision is made from council on what percentage we're willing to take this year. And then that we'll go back to work and come up with a plan on how to eventually get to the 5 miles. It won't be like next year. It'll be over the next 5 to 6 years in incremental pieces. So that's why those are clouded. We just don't know exactly what that is yet. So this is what the Board of Appraisers actually recommended, is a 13.7% just for this year. And again, we'll come back afterwards and come up with a plan on how to incrementally over time get to the 5 mile a year goal. This also includes a $1 million utility impact fee. And the Board of Appraisers wanted us to mention that, you know, this 13.7 is not that far off from the 8% that we didn't approve during the years, according to the original cost of service study. Okay, so another scenario, just to kind of give some context on the numbers, this would be a 20% increase. The board didn't recommend this much at this time. They wanted some time to come up with a plan for the next years. So in summary, part of the goals of the Board of Appraisers that we outlined and discussed was to find a way to fund 5 miles of pipe per year for maintenance. And that doesn't have to be immediately today, but we should look at it over the next few years. And then also develop a plan where we never go below fund balance. So you notice on some of our graphs, it shows going below fund balance because we put in the model to put, what would it take to do 5 miles today? Well, obviously it drops us right down below in our fund balance. So we're gonna have to adjust that back up so we don't ever go below fund balance. Board of Appraisers asked that, although you haven't had a chance to approve it yet, but support the utility impact fees when they do come. And to your question, Councilor Bruner, ARPA is probably not the answer on irrigation. We definitely can look at it for the other utilities.
So may not be any allowance, I guess we can always ask though, huh? Criteria?
Right. Can I answer any questions?
Mayor, if I may, so we keep putting a Band-Aid on this, and you gotta do something, and Board of Appraisers have looked at this closely, so I'm gonna be in favor of this 13.7. The perception is, you know, we don't have a crystal ball, but probably we're gonna have a short irrigation season again, from all indications. So we're
Councilor
gonna-
Bruner, I just saw a report that said that, yeah, our snowpacks went from 120 down to
So we're gonna
100.
have, again, uptight and upset citizens. So I guess my question is, because I don't have an answer at all, and I know when you have questions and don't have answers, that bugs living daylights out of me. But how do we, in a simplistic form, let our citizens know what this need is and how we're falling behind and continue to fall behind? And yet, yeah, we can't reimburse you for 30 days less of irrigation than what we used to have. I don't have an answer. Does somebody have an answer to that? Or at least a partial answer?
I think we're going to work on a collaborative communication campaign. I tell you, having lived in the country, you pay for your irrigation whether you use it or not. You just do. It doesn't matter if you use it or don't use it, you pay for it. And it doesn't matter if it's cut off 2 months early, you've already paid for it.
Well, we've allowed an entitlement, pardon my verbiage, but entitlement type in this area, I think, where people are so used to it. And so that's just a concern. So we want to please our citizens, but do we have a comparison, anyone else irrigation-wise? We usually always have comparisons as far as what the costs are. I realize Boise doesn't have this. They have Suez, and they use domestic. Is there any other areas that, as far as me?
I don't know if I
I
brought
hear
that
from
with
everyone
us.
that this
Do
is
you remember?
just cheap water. We're not using domestic water, Heather, so.
I think we were a little bit above Caldwell with this increase, but it's like you were pointing out, Counselor, it's to compare ourselves to Meridian and Boise, they have a totally different operating
Yeah, you can't
procedure.
compare apples to oranges. But I mean, I think, to me, if I'm a citizen, that's what's gonna
Yeah.
make sense to me.
So also Caldwell, I mean, they still have gravity irrigation systems in place and would like to get to the point where they have everything pressurized like us. So I would say that our system is a little more robust, which means that, you know, and
Maybe we can go back to flood irrigation when I was a kid.
yeah.
So, because this is a public hearing, if there if this concludes, maybe we step into, and we only have one person signed up to testify for the public hearing, which is David Peterson. So do you have any more presentation?
No, I don't.
If not, let's switch over to the public hearing at this time.
Mayor, I do have a couple of comments, just
Okay.
from the finance perspective.
Thank you.
So what Tom's presented here, and I worked with Tom and Heather on the development of this, is if we increase rates at 13% and you increase the number of miles to 5, we're still in deep financial trouble by the time you get to the end of 2022. Essentially, the fund is depleted completely. So I just want to make sure there's clarity here. If we go with the 13.7% right now, that's the entrance into a more in-depth review and rate changes proposed for next year. 13% does not solve the problem. It puts another little Band-Aid on it to give us a little more time to do a more in-depth review of the impact. But it does not solve the problem. It just helps us get a little bit of time. And I don't think that if Tom mentioned it back in 2016, in a similar circumstance, there was a 58% increase in wastewater. Not wastewater, irrigation, pardon me.
Yeah.
Wrong one, irrigation. All right.
Well, I think one of the keys to that is that with that 58% increase that took place back in 2016, the recommendation was that we stayed at 4.5. every year, and instead we didn't.
We didn't.
And so now, you said we were 8% behind?
Yeah, that's what, right there on that slide, 8% on the bottom.
So when you think about that, which brings us, if you do the 8% behind and we added another 4.5, we're almost to the 13.75. So what we're
Exactly.
doing is we're catching up because we didn't stay with the plan. And one thing I think sometimes it's easy politically to be concerned, but at some point it catches up with us. And it's important.
It's
yeah.
so easy to do the mental math. If we have over 500 miles of pipe and it has a lifetime of maybe 50 to maybe 100 years, depending on the type of pipe, and we're doing 1 mile a year, it's easy to get that mental picture that it will eventually catch up to us, and probably sooner rather than later.
So David, if you'd like to come up, I just want to say as you come up, we have an amazing Board of Appraisers group. Sharon Harris is sitting back here, Nathan Cleaver's on that, David Peterson. I so appreciate the work of these guys. The one thing they do is they come in and ask questions, and they talk a lot, and they have suggestions and solutions, and I appreciate it greatly. So David, thank you for hanging around today and your willingness to talk.
My name is Dave Peterson, 718 Whisperwood Court. My wife and I have lived here since 2008, and I am obviously going to speak in favor of this motion. You've just given my presentation, but I'm going to give it anyway. I'm one of 3 at-large citizen members of the Board of Appraisers. I've served on this committee for 10 years. I too started in wastewater. So all good things start in the sewer, I guess. One of the duties of us is to give you these recommendations, so that's what we're doing. I'm going to tell you a tire story. On my last around-the-country drive, I planned to drive 9,000 miles. My fairly new car had been driven 45,000 miles, which was 5,000 miles from the tire warranty wearing out. Well, I had a vision of having a flat tire in West Texas in August. That wasn't a really good vision. So I made the decision to forego the last 5,000-mile warranty on these tires, and replace them at that point, because I didn't want to pay the penalty of getting towed or lifted flatbed to the next city and paying 3 times the cost of a set of tires. So I made the decision to forego that little bit. There's a difference between a flat tire and a failed pipe. You know you have a flat. You probably don't know whether you have a broken pipe on the day it breaks. You know it later. And then the expense of that replacement of that tire, on that pipe rather, on the day that it dictates, I've heard numbers about 8 times as much. So my 3 times for tires would have been a bargain. Collectively, we have not addressed this issue very well in the 10 years I've been here. Darrell sort of alluded to that. And by we, I mean the Board of Appraisers and Council. And I realize only 2 of you were here for that 58% meeting, and that was an ugly meeting, by the way. That was not fun. We had not planned to succeed. Part of the danger, and I'm going to violate my 3 minutes, Darrell, Councilman Bruner. The question of what are the neighboring rates is always a good question. It just doesn't work well. It's kind of is why you don't fly an airline that has low maintenance costs, because they're not taking care of their airplanes. So I was in the airplane business for a while, and there are airlines that my wife doesn't get to fly on because I know their maintenance costs. We're doing that to our irrigation customers, and we may not know it, but I'm telling you that today. We're planning to fail. And if we thought they were upset with not getting a couple of weeks of water last summer, wait till the pipes start breaking at the rate they probably will if we don't address this. So my message to you simply is this. I think I'm hearing with your words that you're probably going to approve this 13% increase. That does only get us back to where we would have been had we kept at 4.5. But there's a danger in thinking that's okay. Because in the years we were below, we've lost the equivalent of 29% of 1 year of annual budget for irrigation because we lost that money all that time. Getting back to that rate doesn't pay that back at all. So we have a future of tougher rate increases ahead if we want to succeed as a credible provider of irrigation. And so that's my 3 minutes. Thank you.
David, thank you so much. This is why I so appreciate the work that's done in the discussions, because that's what we need to hear. And staff can tell us the same thing, but somehow it's helpful. It's so helpful to hear it from citizens. So thank you, and thank you for your service for all these years. It's appreciated. Sharon, do you want to say anything? I appreciate your service also, so thank you so much, because it is a commitment to sit through these meetings and to come forward with recommendations.
Mayor and council members, I'm Sharon Harris, and I live at 1612 South Miller Way. And it is a privilege to serve the city and just be a citizen. And you listen to us, and I appreciate that so much. I was just thinking, you know, we all know those people that are going to struggle because their income is so low. And I think we do have to watch out for them. But I think also, if we take care of today and not think about tomorrow, we will do them a greater disservice because it's going to cost more. Several years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. And they thought they took care of everything with surgery. And then they found out my tumor was invasive, meaning cancer cells had spread out through my body. But they caught it early. But here I was faced with this decision. Do I do chemo? Do I do radiation? Or what do I do? And it came back as an intermediate level of reoccurrence. It wasn't low and it wasn't high, so it was right there. It's kind of like the city, we're right there. So I talked to my oncologist and my radiologist. And one of my doctors says to me, well, Sharon, it depends on what kind of gambler you are. And I thought, that's interesting, isn't it? And it's kind of like now, what kind of gamblers are we? So I went ahead with the chemo and the radiation because I felt that I had to do everything possible if there was going to be a future. And so that's kind of how I see this whole thing about water and supplying a service for our people, that I don't think we can be gamblers that kind of say, well, let's just take care of today without looking at long range. There was a 40% increase that we talked about in our board, and after I fainted and came back, I thought, you know, we've got to do something. So really 13.7% is very logical right now. And so I am in support of rate increases. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Sharon, thank you.
Mayor Kling, not so fast, Sharon. Thank you for that wonderful story. That kind of puts a lot of things in perspective.
Oh, thank you.
God bless you for that. Also, and David also mentioned that the rate increase of 13.7%. How much did you all discuss going to number 3 option?
Our number
Knowing
3 is what? The 20%? You know, we had very good discussion. And I just feel I'm sitting in the midst of a lot of wisdom at those things. I think we were being very conservative at 13.7 because we did talk about not wanting to be so high that our citizens, you know, without understanding they would have issues with that. I think 13.7% right now is very feasible. But if you want to go 20%, then, that would help us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there anyone else that had intended to testify that did not have the opportunity to tonight? Go ahead, come on over. Thank you for providing your input, and thank you for sharing your name and address.
My name is Christian Case, and I'm at 435 Arrowhead Drive in Nampa. And I've lived here for, let's see, about 8.5 years now. My wife and I are avid gardeners, and I've been very impressed with your irrigation system. We would not have a garden if we did not have, if we had to depend on city water. We just couldn't afford to. And so I would just like to say that I consider this a big asset of our community. I am very happy to have landed in some place that has something like that. I feel I owe it to the people that developed this very much, and the idea that I would not support it for those coming behind me is just egregious. And so that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for stepping up. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Tom and maybe a question?
Mhm.
And then maybe this is a finance question too, Doug, but so.
Just lean into your mic.
Okay, thank you. And Amy got on me, so I need to learn. Anyway, can we, 6 months from now, I mean, when the summer, this is February, so come August or whatever, I mean, can we come back at this and rather than waiting a whole year or whatever the case is and see where we're at? And then, of course, we'll realize kind of where we're at from a time standpoint if there's a water shortage. Is that something that we can come back to us, so we don't have to wait?
6 months is about, nine? That will be just at the end of the budget, well, almost at the end of the budget season, so perhaps this could be included in the budgetary process.
And I'm talking about whether,
Right.
we're just really hurting and.
Right.
And we need to, rather than just waiting a whole nother year for,
And
appraisal committee
I'm not looking for extra work during the budget season, but since we're already doing the budgets for the coming year,
and it doesn't have to be 6 months, I just threw the
Yeah.
6 months out.
6 months would be that time frame. If it's 7 months, then it's after the budget season's done and it kind of will drag out. My thoughts.
David?
I'm not sure what you meant, and I'm not sure what you answered, but we have to get the bills out. So a decision has to be made now.
I'm talking about,
the
David,
bills.
I'm talking about what are we okay? I can't speak for the other council. I'm in favor of the 13.7. I'm saying if we need another increase.
Okay.
Beyond that.
That would be for a year from now, and you could do it in August. Be fine to discuss it the whole year long, or in 6 months.
We only,
So, and we
So
would
you
know,
only wanna do
we
billing
would
once a
know
year?
more,
on irrigation, it's once a year. We do it in March.
we would know more in August than we do today about the next increase. So that would certainly be instructive, but I just wanted to be sure that you were on
Well,
the
that's-
same
that's-
page of
and-
understanding the
and
bills are going to go
My
out.
wife, I guess, pays the bill on that, so I didn't realize it was an annual.
And all I was saying was, whether we're going to do it in 6 months or a year, we should get it done. And if we can do it in the budget season to prevent having to do an amendment for it, it might not be bad, but it would be cooperative with Tom.
I think as David just shared, the billing goes out I don't remember when it goes out next month. It goes out right away. It's an annual bill. And so the decision that we make today is our decision for this year.
For the full year.
Also, if we did bill twice, you wouldn't want to do an increase right about when there's not enough water and we're shutting it off.
No.
I just don't think it would set well, so I think whatever we do, we need to do tonight.
Well, Mayor, Councilor, we can run the numbers and bring you back a staff report. That's not a problem. We can keep you.
How much we're
up to-
falling behind or
Yeah,
whatever the
yeah.
case may be.
So we can work with the board on that. That's not a problem.
I think we kind of know it. We know it today. We don't kind of know it. We know it
Yeah.
today. The question is, do we go with, what type of increase do we decide? And I think the Board of Appraisers recommended 13.75. Is that correct? Yep. So
13.7.
7, excuse me. So the real question is, well, first of all, let's stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And with this one, we have two different action items. I just want to double check this. So this is to sign the resolution implementing an increase. Actually, there's two different options.
Three.
Is there a C on the next page? I'm looking at my agenda. Nope.
A has 3 options.
A has 3 options. And then, the next one's the hookup fees, which we didn't talk about because we actually have 2 items. We've got the hookup fees in this public hearing, which we just closed. I just realized, so unless we need to reopen it, the hookup fees, we didn't talk about.
We don't need to.
That's what my thought is. I don't know that we need to.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the will of the council at this point?
Mayor, I have a question for Tom.
Okay.
Looking at the graph, fiscal year '22, looking at option 2, 13.7% increase. Is the dollar value that you'll be collecting 8 million with those, with that proposed percentage or annual cost with the current population that we have? Is that what that number is?
Let's see. So is that 8 million, Heather?
In which year? 21 or
22.
22?
It's 2022.
Looks like it's $10.6 million. I'm looking at scenario number 3.
Or Council, you were asking about scenario 2, weren't you?
Scenario 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like 8 million.
So, and then you had a utility impact fee would be an additional 1 million, or is that including?
That's included.
So that's it. You're basically taking into consideration something that hasn't been approved yet.
Right. But
Okay.
that, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Do we have more
Are we making a
discussion?
motion on the hookup together along with
There are
the,
2 different action items. So we would start with, on our agenda, it's A, which is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution implementing whatever increase you have chosen.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we increase, that we take the appraisal committee's advice and 13.7 increase for 22, 23,
Effective
Second.
March 1.
March 1.
As stated, thank you, and it's been seconded by Councilman Bauer. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Excuse me, on 6.6B, the action item is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution implementing an increase of 13.7% for the 22 irrigation hookup fees, effective March 1, as recommended by the Board of Appraisers.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Thank you, David, Sharon. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. I know it's a late night. We thank you for your work. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Tom. Really, and Heather, you guys do such a good job on your presentations. Great job, Tom. Great job. Thank you very much.
Mayor, who's the third
Yes.
person? I should know. Who's the third person?
Nathan Cleaver.
Cleaver.
And he is an engineer, a civil engineer with Keller and Associates. He's a
Okay.
partner.
Got it.
So we're going to move on to our last public hearing. This is a public hearing for the creation of a sidewalk LED 172. And Daniel's our applicant. We do not have anyone signed up to testify on this, so it should be relatively quick.
Too bad I can't make.
I don't know if we
Too
can
bad
be
I can't
quick.
make a motion.
Yeah,
If I
exactly.
can't, public hearing.
Okay.
Mayor, council, this is just our annual sidewalk LED for voluntary sidewalk replacement. It allows the property owners a financing mechanism to have sidewalk repaired or replaced, and then they are assessed for that over the next 10 years. There are 26 properties that have voluntarily wanted to replace their sidewalk in our Zone A, which is the north side of the tracks, and then north of the freeway is the secondary part of Zone A. And so if the total value is estimated to be assessed to the property owners is about $135,000. There are a couple of larger property owners, one the Boise Rescue Mission and one a church up there that have some larger improvements that they're wanting to do with replacements that get up to about $20,000 each. And the main residential ones are typically between $1,000 and $3,000. And so with that, I stand for any questions that you might have on the process or the properties.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Daniel, are any of these pedestrian ramps, as far as, are they a part of the CBDG funding?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we do not combine CDBG and LID funding because if we taint the LIDs with CDBG funds, we have to do Davis-Bacon wages for the entire thing, as well as there are requirements within the CDBG that may trigger based on income, requiring us to pay fully fund a property owner's improvements. The CDBG the council has funded through CDBG a sidewalk repair program based on income. There have been, it has not been as successful as we had hoped, but they do try to market that. And if there are people that are interested in the LID but are concerned about funding, we refer them to the CDBG program.
Thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and the public hearing is officially opened. We do not have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify or online? It doesn't appear so, so I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
I'll make the motion to authorize the creation of sidewalk LID 172 as presented to us in our packet.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, so that concludes our regular council meeting. We do have an executive session. And so I would ask for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061F, which is to communicate with legal counsel or for the public agency to discuss legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies, not yet being litigated, but imminently likely to be so. And Idaho Code 742061B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer